Hello, hello. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, Prairie Trains. I think you might be my only viewer at the moment. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Asheville and Western. Hello, Washington Railboy. So, I'm just going to start a brand new playthrough of Railroads Online here. I do have a railroad that I've built in here before, but it's kind of a mess. So I think I'm just going to start a fresh one. This is the first time I'm doing one of these live streams, so hopefully we don't run into any too severe technical issues. Like the fact that my number keys aren't working. What's going on there? There we go. One thing I do wish that they would fix on this game is I wish they'd add the ability to have it automatically just remove trees within a certain distance of the track. Because I feel like that's the most tedious part of Railroads Online, is cutting down all the trees. But hey, at least it's not as buggy as it used to be. Yes, I'm on PC. Do they have the ability to do that on console? I know Red Dead Railroad plays on console. I should ask him. I know you can't do multiplayer between console and PC, which is unfortunate. Let's see, how long should these yard tracks be? I feel like that's too long. Actually, you know what? Before I get too far with this, I'm going to go ahead and fire up Betsy, get some wood in there. That's another weird thing is on this map, this is the original Pine Valley map, all the locomotives always start with the boiler cold, or they do when you start a new map at least. In the other maps, they start already fired up. But I guess they forgot to fix that on this one. But I'm still going with this one, mostly because of nostalgia for the old Heist and Con streams. Those were fun. Prairie Trains, I don't know for sure, but I know Red Dead Railroad told me that there is no crossplay between different consoles or between console and PC. I haven't tried it myself because I don't have a console. I will say this is still, like, obviously, I don't like to say this is a dead game because obviously there are still quite a few people who play it, but it hasn't been updated in over a year, so it's definitely not as active as it used to be. But until Century of Steam comes out, this is pretty much what we've got as far as this sort of railroad building slash simulator type of game. I wonder, will this line up? No, that does not line up. Okay. Yeah, Prairie Trains, I think you can only play with people who have the same console as you, or at least the same, like, I don't know, maybe you can do Xbox and PS5? I don't know. I know you can't do PS5 and PC because that's what Red Dead Railroad and I were trying to do, and it doesn't work. Oh, I just had an idea, actually. What if I start like that? I do kind of wish that they had multiple different lengths of switches in here as well. I mean, I realize I'm asking for updates on a game that may very well never get updated again. Welcome, Three Rivers Rambler. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think there's any cross-platform capability. It's honestly kind of surprising that it supports consoles at all. But, I mean, I guess I'm glad it does, but it would be nice if you could play, if you could cross-play between console and PC. I know there are some features that are missing on console. Like, you can't do custom names on Rolling Stock. You can just scroll through a list of pre-selected names, basically. I wonder if there's a way to perfectly line up these parallel tracks. Yes, I would love a modding community for this game. They kept saying they were going to do that, and then they never did. Yeah, procedural switches would be awesome. Oh, I forgot to start music. I was going to have music going while I was doing this. I was hoping to be able to use Heiss's original Railroads Online soundtrack, but I'm not sure what the copyright status is on that, so for the sake of copyright, I just found some music on YouTube Audio Library that sounds vaguely similar. I'm also not sure what the copyright status is of the built-in soundtrack, so I figure this is probably the least risky solution. I wonder, there used to be a trick in this game where you could use the 90-degree crossings to perfectly line up parallel tracks. I wonder if that still works. Hello, Chase's Railway Lines. Welcome to the stream. Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. Alright, well, actually, let me try something else. I do like that you can fly in the game now. Yeah, Three Rivers Rambler I also usually just play alone, and I mean, it's not bad, but it does get a little boring after a while just because there's only so much that you can do as far as running a railroad with one person. Like, when I used to play this in the early days of the game, back when Heist was working on it, I used to always try and run multiple trains at once, which would involve jumping off of one train and then, like, trying to meet it at its destination, and half the time I'd end up just having to, like, chase after it. Oh, that's interesting. They give you a spot that you can link the track to next to the platform so it's perfectly aligned. That's useful. I didn't used to have that. Oh, awesome, Chase's Railway Lines. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed the video. Yeah, the Casey Jones, the Cannonball Express from the TV show would be a perfect Kate Bash to do with that engine. Oh, Three Rivers Rambler, you can email it to me at redoaktrains@gmail.com. That's probably the easiest way to get stuff to me. Yeah, Mesa Plains is nice. It's a very large map. I don't love the larger maps because it takes so long to get anywhere on them. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, now I've confused myself. Which way do I want this to go? I do kind of like the Lake Valley map that has like a bunch of different biomes. Oh yeah, wooden scratchbuilt cars with lights would be awesome. Yeah, the larger maps really are kind of too much for one player, I feel like. Like, Pine Valley is small enough that it works with one player. Thanks, Three Rivers Rambler, that'd be great. Yeah, the Eureka is good for those long, flat, straight runs. It's not the greatest for climbing hills. Saw a YouTube video recently where somebody put like all of the locomotives side by side pushing snowplows up a hill to see which one was the strongest. I was kind of surprised at how much more powerful the Glenbrook is than the Eureka, because like in real life they are basically just the same engine with an extra axle. But I guess that extra axle gives you half again as much traction. Okay. I think while I'm at it here, I'm going to add a couple more yard tracks. Because 3 doesn't seem like enough. And then once I've got this sort of little yard ladder built, then we can start building the line toward... Let's see, what's closest? Is it the sawmill or the logging camp? I always forget. Let's see. That's the log... Yeah, let's do a line to the logging camp first and then to the sawmill. Actually... Yeah, you know what? I'm going to have the yard ladder go this way, actually. I'm going to remove all of this that I just did. Nice, Chase's railway lines. That'll be a fun project. Are the cars 3D printer, or are they making them out of like wood or something? Yeah, separate line's a good idea. Because then you don't have to come all the way back to the freight depot just to go back the other way again. I've done this a few different ways. The map that I was playing on most recently, I have loops around almost every industry, so like you can get anywhere by just going to one industry and then the next one, but that's not really the optimal way to do it. I've got so like you go, if you want to get to the logging camp, you go to the sawmill first and then to the logging camp. But I think for this map, I'm gonna try and do a direct line that... Oh wait, I guess... Yeah, I think we wanted line... Well, I don't know. Do we need a line from the logging camp directly to the freight depot? I guess we don't, do we? Because it's not like the logs are going to go anywhere except the sawmill. Yeah, actually, you know what? Maybe I'll just do a line to the sawmill first. And then go to the logging camp from there. Are there any industries that take logs other than the sawmill? I guess I've played this game a lot, but I haven't really thought that much about the logistics of it. Which one's the Class 47? Is that the 10-wheeler? Oh, those are all locked. See, my other... Okay, my other save, I used, what's it called? Railroad Studio to just give myself a ton of money and infinite levels, so I unlocked everything. But this one, I'm going to try and play it through like the proper way. So yeah, is this... Yeah, this is the Class 40. Okay, yeah, that's not that different from CR3. It doesn't have like the wagon top boiler where it rises up above the firebox, but other than that, that's not... Yeah, that's a fairly close... Maybe I should letter it as a Back to the Future engine. Nice, Chase's railway lines. Those passenger cars sound awesome. That'll be really cool to see. Whoops. I love that people are still scratch building stuff out of wood. I never had the patience for that, but I've seen some really amazing models built that way. I just 3D print everything. Okay, I'm giving up on having these tracks evenly spaced. I'm just gonna throw some more switches on here and call it a day. Anytime I do a fictional railroad, the number 3 is almost always a 10-wheeler because of CR number 3, even if... Okay, that's a really sharp curve. Maybe that's not such a good idea. Oh, I just had an idea. Okay, I know how to fix this. A why between the logging camp, sawmill, and the freight depot? Yeah, that's a good idea. Right, yeah, I'm pretty sure... Like, I know you can take logs directly to the freight depot and sell them there, but... I mean, if you have access to the logging camp anyway, might as well go through that. Now here's a question. Do logs make a different amount of money depending on where you drop them off? Like, do you make more money taking them to the sawmill? Or is it the same everywhere? I should try that. I'm glad it's not the weird cursed paint engine. I do have one of those in pieces, which I only have because I got it for like 20 bucks and I couldn't pass it up at that price. But hey, Red Dead Railroad, welcome! Glad you made it. Yeah, I do eventually plan to do something with like the cursed Spirit of 76 10-wheeler. That something may involve just parting it out to use bits and pieces of it on other projects. I've actually already used the tender for something else. I'm using that with an IHC Mogul that I've been tinkering with, which will get a video eventually. I know I frequently say, oh, I'll make a video about that eventually, and then I forget to ever do it, but at the very least, it'll... I mean, I guess I already did an IHC Mogul video, but I'll do... Maybe it'll be... I'll go back to doing updates or something. But it was like a $25 eBay Mogul that was really trash, and I've been fixing it up. 50 bucks isn't bad. I feel like the value of the old Mantua engines varies so dramatically. Partly because there's so many different versions, and also just because the condition varies so much. Like a new in-box one from toward the end of the production run where they had can motors, I've seen those go for like a couple $100. I wouldn't pay that for one, but I've seen them go for that. Oops, I forgot to put a second switch in there. But like the early Santa Fe ones with the green and red plastic, I usually see those go pretty cheap. A 410-4. That'll be fascinating. That's... I don't... has there ever been a prototype 410-4? I know there was a 410-0 that the Central Pacific built. Yeah, the tender is a little odd on those engines because the whole thing is basically scaled up a little bit from HO. So it's a model of a fairly small tender, but it's the size of like a medium-sized tender. I find it actually looks pretty good with the IHC Mogul, but I would honestly say it looks better that way than it does with the Mantua 10-wheeler. Somebody told me it's pronounced Mantua instead of Mantua. Have I been saying it wrong my entire life? I mean, I also said Mobile, Alabama in the Casey Jones video, so maybe I have. The problem with growing up reading a lot is that you learn words, but you don't learn how to pronounce them. Nice, Prairie Trains. Be curious to see what you name it. I know there were two 10-2s, obviously. Was there a 210-4? I feel like I remember seeing that. But a 410-4, I don't think... Okay, what's going on here? Why is this track so embedded in the grass? Yeah, the white metal kits. Arbor Models did one of those for Sierra number 3. I think I mentioned that in my video. The only record I could find of somebody successfully building one of those was Darth Santa Fe. And, I mean, he did pretty impressive work with that, but it definitely looked like a difficult kit to build. And that white metal is such a soft material that it just seems like it wouldn't hold together that well, even if you could get it to run. I would love if somebody made a ready-to-run one, but so far, Mantua is the only one. And it sucks because it's not even technically HO scale. If somebody had like a British 00 layout and wanted to have Sierra 3 on it, it wouldn't really make any sense prototype-wise, but you could do that and it would be correctly scaled. All right, let's start working on a line to the sawmill. Now, I don't think there's any grades here, so we should be able to pretty much just head straight across. Nice! Kansas type, that works. I feel like it suits it too, because it would, like a really long locomotive like that would do best out in the, kind of in the plains where there's long stretches of straight track. Red Dead Railroad, I'm wondering if that's why they decided to do the N-scale 19th century 460. Because clearly, like the fact that they decided to do it in N-scale and not HO suggests to me that maybe they're like testing the market with a slightly less expensive product. Yes, I've read about the 414-4. That thing was, it was something. I don't think successful is the word that I would use, since it reportedly pretty much destroyed any track that they ran it on. But it was certainly fascinating, and that would be something very interesting to model at some point. Yeah, Chase, I know you're not the only one who's been asking Bachmann for Sierra number 3. That reminds me, I was at the Amherst show this past weekend, and I did ask one of the Bachmann guys if they're going to do the 19th century 460 and HO, and he said, I believe what he said was that they can't announce anything yet, but it's a possibility. So I'm taking that to mean that it's at least an option that's on the table, but they probably don't. They're probably going to wait and see how the N-scale one sells. Again, that's just speculation on my part. All he said was it's a possibility. But I know a number of people who are going to buy the N-scale one. I'm probably going to buy the N-scale one. Let me go over here and cut down some trees. I'm actually looking at trying to figure out a way to incorporate an N-scale loop into my O-gauge layout as like an amusement park train or something, so that I have somewhere to run an N-scale 19th century 460. I do have a half-finished portable N-scale layout somewhere that I've been working on, but it's kind of like I made the grades steep enough that a lot of stuff can't run on it, and I'm not really sure where I'm going with the scenery, so I may end up just abandoning that or selling it half built or something. Yeah, Back to the Future one would sell like hotcakes, especially if it was like, I don't know, would it need to be a licensed Back to the Future product for them to call it Central Pacific 131? Because like Back to the Future, I don't think. Yes, Train Street. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we should definitely do an N-scale thing. Do we know anybody who has an N-scale layout? Do you have an N-scale layout? Yeah, we do an N-scale meetup, and it's just all 19th century 460s. What was I saying? Oh, right, yeah, Back to the Future. I don't think that Universal owns the rights to the Central Pacific Railroad name. I would imagine the Union Pacific probably owns that. Yeah, oil burners in this game would be great. Oh, awesome, Train Street. Yeah, we should definitely do an N-scale meetup. I do have some N-scale stuff. I actually got a really good deal on a Model Power N-scale 440 at the Amherst show. It's like a modern-ish 440. It's lettered Santa Fe. I don't know if it's a Santa Fe prototype or not. Oh, how much did you pay for that at MTH 10-wheeler? Those are nice. Is it the 19th century 10-wheeler or like the New York Central type one? Yes, Three Rivers Rambler. That is a good idea. I like the idea of doing a later, larger 10-wheeler with the Mantua, because then really all it needs is a smaller cab. Hello, Leviathan New York. Welcome to the stream. No, Red Dead Railroad. I don't still have the Chinese Mikado. I sold that to a friend of mine who actually collects those Bachmann China models. That was the only one he didn't have at the time, I believe. And I'm doing a video collab with him soon because he has another Bachmann Chinese Mikado, one that they never sold here. It's the Boone and Scenic Valley one. So we're going to do a review on that. He's going to do the history segment, at least that's the plan, and I'm going to do the actual review segment. And it won't run on 18-inch radius, so we had to film. We've already filmed the running segment at Peter's layout, the Berkshire Main Line. So yeah, that video is pretty much in limbo until other stuff gets done. There will probably be other videos that come out before that one. Wow, $130 for a full MTH set. That is pretty good. I have technically bought an MTH set for about that much, but it was like the little B&O Docksider. I only wanted it for the controller because, spoilers, another video I'm working on is I built a custom control panel for the O-Gauge layout that has 2 AC throttles. And I'm using MTH Z controllers, like the Z750, the Z1000. I'm using the boards from those to control the throttles. So that train set was on eBay for $100 and some bucks, whatever. And I was like, well, you know what? I could just buy a Z750 for $100, or I could buy this train set for $100 and then flip all the rest of the stuff and get a free Z750 essentially. So that's what I did. I haven't sold all of it yet. I've sold the track, and I have a buyer for the caboose. The Owen 3268, oh, that would be so much fun to take to the PN. The only thing is it would fit through the tunnels. And it would look ridiculous next to all the HO trains, but that would be pretty fun. I gotta fix the broken running boards first, though. Yeah, Three Rivers Rambler. I saw the production samples that they had of the 460s at the show. The pilots are definitely sturdier than the ones on the old 440s. I think they're just made of a different plastic. They look really cool, but they do definitely stick out pretty far. Awesome, Chase, yeah. MTH smoke units are great. They're probably the best ones in the business. Yes, Train Street. Pennsylvania Railroad goes to the trash. That reminds me, I do still have that $5 Lionel caboose that I wrote Pennsylvania on the side misspelled, and I was going to film that getting yeeted off the end of the layout. Oh, and I did finally, I think I told you, but I did finally sell the K4. Finally rid of that cursed thing. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, I'm so glad I inspired you to get back into it. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Leviathan York, yes, I will almost certainly review the 19th Century 460. I may have to go to somebody else's N-scale layout to do it, so I have some proper place to run it. Yes, Red Dead, I did see that. I don't know if I saw the video, but I read about it. That is a wild story. Like, there's still just a brand new steam locomotive on the bottom of the ocean somewhere. I guess not brand new anymore. But yeah, that's crazy. I mean, like, I guess accidents happen in shipping, but that seems pretty extreme. Auto depart. Interesting. I did not know that MTH had that feature. I have a couple of Protosan 2 engines. I wonder if they have that. I'll have to experiment with that. That'd be something cool to try out. Okay, oh, the ground goes up a little bit here, so now I'm just building track into the ground. And directly through a tree. Am I going? Oh, no, I'm not going the right direction at all. All right. Am I going to have to raise the track? I am going to. Okay. Let's try a 1% grade, see if that's enough. I think it is. Alright, is that... Yeah, that works. I'm gonna cut down some more trees. Nope, that's not the tree cutting down thing. I don't love this radial menu because it's so easy to accidentally hit the wrong thing. Like, if you move the mouse just a little bit, it jumps all over the place. I kind of miss when you just had just a hotkey for each tool. Welcome, Vintage Renewed. Yeah, I haven't seen very many people playing this game, but I got bored waiting for Century of Steam, so I figured, well, I might as well play something in the meantime. And this is pretty much what there is. Not yet, Red Dead Railroad. We are going to probably have some roller coaster stuff once we get up into the mountains. I need an excuse to buy the really big engines. One thing I did discover in a previous playthrough is with the knuckle couplers, sometimes they'll just break if you're going up a steep hill. So I had a number of cars just spontaneously detach from the train and roll down the hill. Yeah, Lake Valley and all the other maps, it kind of feels like they got halfway through making them and they were just like, yeah, that's good enough. A little bit more if you want to FRA compliant. 700,000, honestly, like, obviously it's a lot of money, but for a brand new steam locomotive, that seems dirt cheap. Like, it costs way more than that to restore one. I would think, at least, depending on the condition, obviously. But yeah, that's wild. The Weird Custom 260 was... It was something. That was kind of the first big kit browsing project that I really did. Late 2027 for Century of Steam, yeah, that sounds about right. So the thing with the Prairie project is it worked, but pretty much just barely well enough to finish the video. Like, I know I talked about the issues with like the trailing truck and the drawbar and stuff, and I got them solved well enough to get it to run, but not really all that well. Like, it was still having issues with the drawbar coming off the track. It was still having issues with the electrical connection, or the trailing truck coming off the track, sorry. It just never worked that well. It never quite got to the point where I was satisfied with it. I did paint the tender eventually, but I ended up just using it basically as a guinea pig to test a smoke unit. However, all was not lost, because the motor and driveline out of that I ended up using to repair another junk 280 that I got super cheap, which was the Union Pacific one that I reviewed in the actual 280 video. And I have now since used parts of that to restore another junk 280. So I basically, it's kind of a turtles all the way down situation where I just have parts from that original 280 filtering down through more and more 280s. I now have a Southern green one. Oh wait, they're oil converting 3025? Neat, I'm surprised I hadn't done that already. The suburban train problem. Right, yeah, because I was going to do either an overhead line or a trolley line of some sort on the O-gauge layout. The Mantua cylinders... I don't think they're backwards, because they only have the cutout on one side, and all the ones I've seen, the cutouts on the front side. But it's possible I might have had the pilot truck on backwards, because I know that like the pivot point is slightly forward or slightly to the rear of center. I did try flipping it around though, and I think it was worse the other way. So I think maybe it just wasn't designed to run on 18-inch radius. Okay, yeah, they're using it as a test. That makes sense, because it is sort of the new, I guess, the newest locomotive that they have access to, so it would make sense to use that one to test before they start tearing apart historic stuff. I'm not sure about Dollywood. I haven't been keeping up with that. Wouldn't be surprised, though. I know they have one of the White Pass Mikados, don't they? I know one of the White Pass Mikados is still at the White Pass. One of them went to Dollywood. One of them went to the Tweetsea. I don't know if there are any more. I don't think so. One of these days, I want to go down and see the Tweetsea. I think maybe it was just a manufacturing tolerances issue with the Sierra No. 3s, because I know some people have not had any issues at all with them. But I don't know. I looked at 3 of them. I looked at Red Dead's. I looked at my Spirit of 76 one. And I looked at the Berkshire Mainline as a Santa Fe one, and they all had the same issue. Oh, the Super 460. Yeah, sorry, I did miss that. Honestly, at this point, I'm basically just waiting to find a cheap high boiler that I can part out. I don't want to take apart a working one, but if I can find one where like the shell is completely and utterly trashed, then maybe I would use it for that. I did get a good deal on 2 of the new 460s, the low boiler ones, at Amherst. They're both lettered East Broad Top, which is a little odd because it's narrow gauge, but I don't know. I was going to sell them. Maybe I'll hang on to one of those in case I find a cheap high boiler. The Model Power Brazil 280. Yes, I've seen that. I know a guy who has one of those. Actually, I think more than one of those, and likes them a lot. Those have the drive wheels on the tender, don't they? I didn't actually know that any of the White Pass mics were ex-Sumter Valley, so sure, we can count those. Yeah, the Model Power Brazil ones, they always look neat. I just haven't found a good deal on one yet, and money's a little tight right now, so I shouldn't really be buying a lot of trains. I'm mostly trying to sell stuff right now because I spent a lot of money at the Amherst show. Yeah, everybody that I've ever talked to about the Bachmann 10-wheelers loves the high boiler. I don't know why they discontinued them. That is definitely was not one of their wiser decisions. Or even like, why did they not just do a high boiler version of the new, like the new Blue Box 10-wheeler? Let's see, does this have? Oh wait, this does have the spot where you can link a piece of track to it. Oh, brilliant. That saves me some trouble. So they do pull well. Interesting. I always assume that, I guess whenever I think of motor in the tender and drive wheels in the tender, I'm thinking of the old Tyco Chattanoogas, which were not that great, but I guess if it's basically just a small diesel mechanism. Welcome, Gilded Rail Entertainment. Welcome to the stream. Yep, I've also been playing Railroads Online since it came out. Yeah, it was fun during the pandemic. There were a lot of fun streams. It is arguably a better game now, but I do kind of miss how janky it was. It was a lot of fun, just like watching locomotives do skateboard tricks and flying off the track randomly. I do not miss the Lincoln pin couplers, though. I would be very happy to not use those again. On this save, I haven't actually named it yet. I figure we'll do that when we buy the first locomotive, besides Betsy. My previous save, I call the Delton and Heartland, because those were 2 defunct G-scale train manufacturers. 4 traction tires. Wow, no wonder it pulls well. So does it not pick up electricity through the tender? Is it one of those situations where it's like all the electrical pickups on the engine and then the tender powers it? Also, what the heck am I going to do here? I don't remember how I solved this on my other. I think we got to loop around the pond that way. I mean, I don't know. How's this going to work? Oh, okay. I just had an idea. Oh, the G-Scale Glenbrook is gorgeous. They had one of those on display at Amherst, and it's just stunning up close. That's just a superb locomotive. I want so badly to get one of those when I finally get a G-Scale layout figured out. I believe those are 1 to 20.3 scale, so technically SN3, or not S, sorry, not S scale, FN3, because F is 1 to 20.3. Interesting, so 4 wheels on the tender. So actually, that seems like probably a pretty good pickup footprint. Victorian Yukon Company, nice! I actually used to live in Victoria, British Columbia. It's a beautiful, beautiful city. It's just really expensive there. But I went to film school there back when, in another life, when I thought that I was going to go into film as a career. The biggest thing I learned at film school was that I did not want to go into that industry. Yes, the Tyco quote-unquote authentic 480. The thing is, honestly, it probably wouldn't be that difficult to turn it into a somewhat authentic-looking, like Central Pacific Mastodon type of thing. You need a smaller cab. You'd have to move the main rod to the third driver axle instead of the second. Yeah, the logging valet. There's a couple different logging valets in G-Scale. I know LGB made the Uinta one. But Bachmann did one as well, didn't they? Let's see, where are we at here? Okay, I'm not sure this is quite gonna work the way I wanted it to. Well, maybe. Let me clear the trees out of here and see what we're working with. Okay. I keep selecting this by accident, and I'm not sure what it is or what it's for. I'm sure it does something. Like if it was just a prop, they'd put it in the props menu. I'm just not sure what. $45 is a screaming deal. Tracks Ahead. I've heard of it. I can't remember if I've watched it or not. I wonder if that was the same guy. Heist did a video about somebody who had this huge FN3 layout with both narrow and standard gauge. And almost all of the stuff was scratch built. Or no, it wasn't FN3, it was G-Scale. It was 1 to 22.5. So we had G gauge, narrow gauge track, and then custom, I think 2.5 inch gauge, standard gauge track. I mean, I'm sure there's more than one person who's done something like that. The 4-wheel tramway log cars carry 5 logs, same as the skeleton cars. Interesting. I will have to try that. That's an excellent tip. Thank you. I did not know that. I would assume that they would carry half as much. Yeah, no, I don't think I've seen that Tracks Ahead clip, but it sounds awesome. Curvature and grade between them. Okay, I'm gonna have to look up how to use this. Oh, really? I didn't know LGB made the tender version. I've only ever seen the tank ones for sale. That's neat. Ooh, Intermountain cab forward. That sounds sweet. Yes. Oh, I forgot about that huge helicopter. Oh, that thing was so cursed. I think did I tell the story in the video of how I got that? I was working at a hobby shop at the time, and somebody just dropped it off. They said we were going to toss this out, but we thought somebody here might want it, so they just left it with us. And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. It looks like a fun afternoon of disaster. So I took it home and tried to fly it, and it got so hot that it melted the solder on the circuit board, and some of the components actually fell out. Yeah, I think I will probably stick with the short log cars for now, because, well, actually, how much money do I have? I've got $2,000, so technically I could, well, I can't buy a Montezuma. Can I buy anything for $2,000? How much is a Shea? It's also $2,500. There's the Eureka. Yeah, no, I can't afford to buy anything except another Porter, and I already have one of those. So, yeah, I'm not going to worry about using the little tiny cars until we have enough money that we can actually buy more locomotives. I think we're going to be using the Porter for a while. Unless I decide to go into Railroad Studio and cheat and give myself more money, which, you know, is always an option. There's free episodes on YouTube. Cool, I'll have to watch some of those. I know I did find a channel where somebody's posted all of the Model Railroader Magazine Dream Plan Build videos for free. I remember I had a couple of those DVDs as a kid, and I used to watch those over and over and over again. Yeah, big haulers are a lot of fun. The Anniversary Edition ones with the metal side rods are so much better than the old plastic ones. So if you only have the plastic ones, definitely see if you can get your hands on an Anniversary Edition at some point. But even the old ones, like if you just want a cheap working G-scale locomotive, they're not that bad. Okay, I think I've built myself into a corner here. Yes, a double Betsy Fairley. I could do that, actually. I do technically have enough money to buy a second Betsy. Yeah, 1440 and 1460. I wish they'd put the Tweetsie 460 in here. I feel like that would be perfect. Or Rio Grande Southern 20, preferably both. But like the Tweetsie one is literally a Bachmann big hauler. That is the prototype for that. You'd think that that would have been like the first engine they tried to put in here, but I guess they were focusing on the Colorado stuff. Yes, SP18 would be awesome. The Bachmann 130 stuff still shows up pretty frequently on the used market, and they are still making a couple of them. So it's definitely not too late. Oh yeah, the little 040 Paul Bunyans are nice as well. I picked one of those up at a few train shows ago. I ended up selling it after making some repairs because I couldn't figure out how to fit. Because I convert all my G-scale stuff to battery power because long time ago I belonged to a G-scale club that was outdoors, and keeping the track clean was a nightmare. So I vowed that day to always run battery power for G-scale, and I couldn't fit the batteries into the 040 in the way that I wanted, so I ended up selling it. But they are nice little engines. Yeah, I could see that being more trouble than it's worth. Actually, when we do get a second locomotive, I want to try something. Because if you couple two locomotives together, I think you can run them both from one driving UI now. I think you can... there we go. Like if you change the throttle setting on one, I think it changes it on both of them. Oh god, yes, the McDonald's one. They did so many of those, like Hawthorne Village novelty ones. They did the McDonald's, I think they did Coca-Cola, they did Disney ones. No, this was long before the alternative smoke fluid video. That was on my friend Terry's layout in Canada. This club I belonged to was like 10 years before that. It was the Mendocino Coast Model Railroad Club down in Mendocino, California, where I grew up. It's right next to the Skunk Train. I think the club is still active. I think the layout's still there. It was like a public display layout. I don't think any of the same people are still there. But yeah, that layout, it had like half the layout went around the outside of the building. You can both... Oh, they'll both sound the whistle at once? Oh, that'd be interesting. So you can like make different whistle sounds by having two locomotives blowing their whistles at once. Yeah, I feel like, especially once Century of Steam was announced, everyone pretty much jumped ship on Railroads Online because they figured, well, I mean, we're basically just going to make a better version of this, so why bother? I just took a drink of water. Hopefully that wasn't too horrible of a noise. Yeah, the Hawthorne Village, the 260s are not bad. They're the exact same 260 that Bachmann sells as part of their regular ON30 line. They just have the most tacky, cursed paint schemes on them. I have a box somewhere that has parts from like 3 different ON30 moguls, and my eventual plan is to put them together to make one working one. There's one that is the blue one with like the wolves on it. There's one Christmas one, and there's an actual Colorado and Southern one. But most of them are just stuff that I picked up at the hobby shop that people were like, can you fix this? And when they heard how much it would cost to fix it, they were like, you know, never mind, just keep it. That was the perk of working at a hobby shop, is I got so much free random parts and stuff. Oh yeah, I've seen that Sam's Trains video. That looked so incredibly cursed. I don't even know if those are made by Bachmann. I think they just took the Bachmann Mogul mechanism and stuck a different shell on top of it. All right, so I've got a bit of a conundrum here. I could connect this track there and finish the loop, but this would have to be a really sharp curve. So I'm wondering. Actually, let me get in the flying view and see. I wonder if we could just extend this track straight that way and then have this one sort of meet up with it. And then basically, instead of a loop, this would basically be a giant passing siding. Oh, you can't run them facing opposite directions? Oh, that's weird. Like, does it just not work, or do they try to pull against each other? Hey, Peter! Berkshire Main Line's here. Welcome! I'm just trying to figure out my sawmill track arrangement here. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Walthers might have just made a cheap mechanism for them. That's interesting. I didn't know they switched to the lifelike track. I thought they were still using Bachmann Easy Track. Granted, I haven't paid attention in a very long time to the Hawthorne Village stuff. Oh, crossover is an interesting idea. Let me take a look at what's going on the other side of here. Do I have room to put a 90-degree curve there and meet up over there? Brass steam locomotives. Oh dear. I have 2 brass steam locomotives that are ongoing projects that are not anywhere close to ready to make a video about yet. Honestly, just putting the boiler on a Roundhouse 280 would probably not be the worst idea, because at least they need to have a solid running mechanism. Oh, 2 separate loops. That's an interesting idea. How tight a curves did you have to use? I'm trying to avoid anything sharper than the 40-meter radius, because in my experience, anything sharper than that has a tendency to derail stuff. Oh, they do pull against each other. I kind of want to try that just for goofs. Yeah, the chessy system, I try really hard to be as positive as I can in my videos. Like, I'm a big believer in, like, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. But that paint scheme was just, like, I feel like I can tell when they haven't put any effort into a Steam Engine paint scheme if the smoke box is painted the same color as the rest of the boiler. Because if you look on real steam locomotives, they never do that because the outside of the smoke box gets way too hot. So any paint they put on it would just cook off immediately. What wheelbases? I've got a 460 and a 282. The 460 is a Union Pacific 1243. I want to say it's a Sam Hongsa model. I'm not 100% sure on that. It has a can motor. The mechanism runs decently. I just have it taken apart for paint, and I'm trying to figure out how to fit DCC into it. That's the real nightmare. I'm having to redo pretty much all the wiring. The other one is California Western 45, speaking of the skunk train. And that one, I bought it basically like new in box condition. The only thing wrong, it has an open frame motor. Only thing wrong is the rubber drive shaft sleeve is rotted out, so it doesn't run, the motor just spins. My eventual plan is to completely repaint that, add a cab interior, put DCC and sound in it, the whole works. But that's right now just sitting on the shelf waiting for me to get time to do that. Interesting. Log pond to log camp is a separate line. That's actually an interesting idea because I guess none of the trains that go to those two places really need to go anywhere else. I mean, I guess the log camp also provides cordwood, but we could have two lines going to the log camp. Yes, the chessy system McDonald's. I did sell those to switchers. I replaced the speakers in them. But yeah, other than speakers, they were both in perfectly fine condition, and I had no trouble selling them. An interchange between the two. Yeah, that's probably what I'll have to do. Yeah, actually, because I've built basically the same Railroads Online map a few different times as the game has progressed. I've always done loops around the industries, but I'm starting to think I'm kind of liking that idea about a separate log camp to log pond line. The Williams 460, it's scale size. It is full scale proportion. It's just not as detailed as most scale models. The Williams 462, I believe, is semi-scale, so it's a little bit smaller. So if you put them next to each other, I think you will notice a bit of a scale discrepancy. The 462 is more detailed, but it'll be smaller. I haven't compared them in person yet, so I can't verify that, but I know the 462 is supposedly semi-scale. And I have measured my 460, and it is scale size. Like, if you measure any dimension of that, and then scale it up or down appropriately to HO, it perfectly matches the Spectrum HO high boiler 10-wheeler. Thanks, Gilded Rail. Yeah, if you could figure out what radius that is, that'd be really helpful. I suppose I could just look on my other map as well. But I'm not sure how to measure it. Yeah, the Lionel G-Scale Atlantic is an interesting engine. I almost bought one of those at Amherst for $200, but I'm trying not to buy any more G-Scale stuff without actually having a layout to run it on. And it's an odd engine because, well, for one thing, it's a Pennsylvania prototype that they're trying really hard to pass off as being something generic. Okay, yeah, the Lion Chief Hudson is quite a lot smaller than scale, so I think the 460 would look too big next to that Pacific. Chase, no, I actually just sold the Shay. I had been trying to install the Northwest Shortline gears in it, and it was just being really frustrating and I couldn't get it to work right. So I put it up on eBay cheap and somebody bought it the same day. So hopefully somebody will be able to get that thing running. I think all the parts are there to make it work properly. It was just too small and fiddly for me. I did get to see the new Broadway Limited Shay at Amherst. That looked very cool, but I think my Shay buying days are past me, now that I know just how fiddly they are to work with. 40 degrees, okay. I wonder, what if I start the curve a little bit before the end of this platform? I might have to do that. So if I start from this end, and drag a straight track down there and... Oops, that's not a straight track. So if I stop it like there and start the curve, those roundhouse shays are neat. I would love to get one of those at some point, but I'd probably just use it for a static display. Yes, I've seen pictures. I haven't seen them in person. I've seen pictures of those 260s. They look reasonably close to a Virginia and Truckee model. I always wanted to do a Virginia and Truckee layout. I always thought that was a really cool railroad. But there's so little available for it unless you're just going to populate it entirely with Bachmann 440s. All right, I'm going to try this and see if a 40-meter curve hits the platform. I think that'll work. It's pretty close, but assuming that the edge of the roadbed is roughly the edge of the loading gauge, that will just clear. So if I do that, this must be what I did on my other map. Yeah, that just misses the hillside. Okay, so yeah, we can stick with the 40 minimum radius. Nice! Oh, I love that Top Gear episode. Yeah, that was... Honestly, I think that might be been the first episode of Top Gear I ever saw. It was either that or the full-size remote control cars one. But yeah, I used to watch so much Top Gear. I have probably many episodes of that memorized word for word. I always wanted to do a model of like the Top Gear caravan train. Just find like some scale caravans and put rail wheels on them and maybe like put a smoke unit in the buffet car. I just thought that would be a fun homage. Maybe have a little figure of Hammond trying to get the drinks cart through the door. Is there such a thing as a professional railroad? I guess Heist used to be a professional Railroads Online player. What's the worst fantasy paint scheme? I feel like Coca-Cola is worse. Because, like, if it's a railroad paint scheme, then at least it's something that could have happened in some alternate timeline. Like, it would have made sense. Like a Penske engine in New York Central paint is kind of cursed, but, like, it's not... Theoretically, it's not impossible that one of them could have sold an engine to the other one. But if it's just, like, Coca-Cola and stuff, then that's just straight-up fantasy. Like, imagine the amount of money that you would have to pay a railroad to get them to put your logo on a steam locomotive. The old tool Bachmann 440s are an interesting thing. I bought a brand new one when I was a kid in like 2009 or something, and was very disappointed with it. It was noisy. It wouldn't go over Bachmann's own Easy Track switches in one direction because the pickup footprint was too short. But I picked one up for like 20 bucks at a train show recently because my friend Ricardo wanted one. So I'm going to ship it to him eventually. But it runs like surprisingly not terrible. ON30, yes, I actually have a fair bit of ON30 stuff stashed away for some eventual ON30 layout of some sort. I don't really have room for yet another layout at this point. I do think it would be cool to somehow incorporate an ON30 line into my O-gauge layout. That was one of the options I was considering for like the overhead trolley line. but there just isn't really enough room to make it a continuous running loop. It would have to be point to point. Hey, Vincent! Welcome to the stream. How goes it? Do you ever get your computer fixed so you can play Railroads Online, or are you going to wait till Century of Steam comes out? I am just trying to get this loop around the sawmill figured out. Like, I have it pretty much on this end, but over here, in order to get... Actually, what if I go a little bit further away from the pond? I wonder if I could do that. Oh, that's a bummer. Well, hopefully you can get a new computer at some point. I wouldn't buy one right now, though. The prices for anything with decent RAM have just gone through the roof. 3D printed gear is interesting. I keep wanting to try that. I actually have an old Bachmann, like the Redding 280 with the pancake motor. And so far, it hasn't lost a wheel. But when it does, I'm going to try the 3D printed gear. Yeah, Railroader's fun. The only thing I don't like about Railroader is the graphics aren't quite as nice and you can't build your own track. But it is definitely a very cool game, especially if you like the more like management side of things where you're like delivering cars to different industries and stuff. Ooh, okay. This is going to be a problem. Ah, that's a bummer. I keep meaning, one of these days, I want to try Red Dead 2. I missed my chance to buy it during the most recent Steam sale. Maybe the next one. Okay, I just had a really cursed idea for this. Red Dead, this is not the actual Railroads Online soundtrack. I turned that off. I'm just playing some music in the background from the YouTube audio library. I have about an hour of it on a loop. I wanted to use Heiss's original soundtrack from this game, but I wasn't sure of the copyright status on it. I didn't want to risk getting a strike. But yeah, I just found a bunch of random like bluegrass music on the YouTube audio library and picked about an hour of tracks that sort of fit the mood of the game. But yeah, the soundtrack in this game that they replaced Heiss's with, the new soundtrack, is not anything special. Okay, so the idea I have here, and I don't know if this is even possible, would be to do a loop like that. It would add so much. Now, the only thing is that's still going to be putting me going right through that hillside. How the heck did I do this in my other save? Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to save this. What should we name this railroad? I'm just going to call it that for now. Yeah, I do like that about Railroads Online is you've got a few different eras to work with. Okay, so I'm going to go into my other Railroads Online save. This is the one I've been working on and off for quite a while, where I just use Railroad Studio to give myself tons of money. Okay, hold on. I think I just accidentally saved this one over the other one. Uh-oh. Yeah, I did. I just accidentally... Well, I do have a backup copy of that, so it's not the end of the world. Yeah, that was... I was reading chat and not paying attention to what I was doing. Yes, I do remember the front yard. Bad idea. It was a bad idea. I'm probably not going to do that again. Yeah, laying track on top of snow, not really. There's a reason they didn't really do that very often in real life. It's not something that never happened. It did actually happen once or twice that they would lay track on top of like a frozen lake, not Polar Express style, actual track. But understandably quite rare. If you've ever seen the movie Summit River in Heartland's not bad. If you've ever seen the movie Union Pacific from 1939, there's a scene in that where they try to lay track over a snowbank on the side of a mountain because they're trying to reach Promontory by a certain date, and the train collapses and the train falls off. Very impressive special effects for 1939. I'm pretty sure they did the crash with miniatures. So let me go ahead and join this up while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I should do it. I always wanted to do like a miniature Top Gear race that was like a car versus train situation. Oh, you know what I should do? If I ever build a garden railway or visit somebody else's, I should do a race between a car and one of those 1/24 scale RC rock crawlers. I think that would be good, because then like the train's going to be fairly limited in speed, the crawler's going to be fairly limited in speed, so it'll be a slow race, but I think it could be a pretty close race. I'm going to fly through the smokestack, smoke just for fun. Yep, and I flew through the smokestack. Whatever. White Pass and Yukon is a really neat railroad. Really? I wonder if that's why they sold them to the Tweetsy and Dollywood. I would have thought they'd be pretty good in the mountains. You got small drivers and a lot of them. That's kind of what you want. Trains and slot cars would be fun. Something weird that I learned about a while back. The second hobby shop that I worked at carried a lot of slot car stuff. HO scale slot cars are not the same as HO scale trains. HO scale slot cars are 1/64 scale. Yes, I love that James May. The train race thing. I like the second one where he got his original Hornby Flying Scotsman to do the full distance. Yeah, Red Dead. I'm pretty sure I've seen like the old commercials for that where Tyco had like the train and slot car crossover. I think Bachmann might have made one too. I mean, I guess if you're doing that, then you don't really care about the exact scale. Okay, hold on, this works. Okay, I was worried about nothing. This loop does fit. I just had to do the same trick that I did over there where I start the curve slightly early. I just gotta play Cutting Down Trees Simulator for a few minutes here. This is really the downside for me in the Pine Valley map, is there's so darn many trees. Although on Lake Valley, it's also kind of annoying because there's random rocks that sometimes get in the way of the track, but you still have to use the tree cutting tool to get rid of them. Yeah, I think full-size RDC takes precedent over a Garden Railroad, but a Sumter Valley Garden Railroad would be super cool. Especially if you live in an area where the scenery is kind of similar. It's interesting. I mean, I guess you live and you learn. I guess you can't test a locomotive in every kind of terrain before you buy it, but... Okay, this piece of track is going to have to be deleted. But yeah, that surprises me. I would have thought the White Pass Micados would be great in the mountains, but... I guess... How are you going to figure that stuff out other than trying it? Tyco did build some pretty cool accessories. I feel like they kind of were trying to get like the same vibe as all the Lionel O-Gauge accessories. With like the log loading and stuff. Okay, hold on a minute here. So this loop fits, but it doesn't quite line up with that. I wonder if I can... That's going to be a pretty tight S-curve. Well, let's try it. The 70 class were better climbers. I wonder if they just had like a shorter wheelbase. Yeah, the Scotsman making it to the finish line was awesome. Oh, okay, this will work, but just barely. Oh yeah, that definitely would make sense to do a Sumter Valley layout then. That's so cool. I wish I lived near a tourist line. I guess I live like an hour and a half away from the Valley Railroad in Connecticut. But I hardly ever get down there. Okay, so that is nice. Welcome to the stream. We'll find out if larger engines will make it through it. I'm sticking to 40 meters as the minimum radius. So hopefully that'll give them the best possible chance. There's a little bit of a squiggle right there. Not super happy with that. Okay, I got an idea. I'm going to make this a little shorter at this end, too. So far, most of the locomotives in Railroads Online, in my experience, will get through a 40-meter radius curve with minimal fuss. And even those that won't will usually do it. Okay, actually, let me try something. If I just like automatically join this up, how does it look? Hey, that's not bad at all. Yeah, actually, I'm reasonably happy with that. That is a loop around the sawmill. I do still think it would be cool to try the idea of doing separate lines between the log pond and the logging camp. But right now, since we're very limited on rolling stock, I think I'm going to connect everything together. Psycho for Tycho. That'd be a cool username. I wouldn't necessarily consider them like the highest quality trains ever made, but they are certainly fun, and they did make some cool stuff. I had a lot of old Tycho stuff as a kid, because my parents bought a huge collection really cheap off of some guy. So I had tons of like Tycho and Lifelike and old Bachmann. I had a bunch of different like Santa Fe F units with the pancake motors, and I got some of them to run pretty decently. I had a bunch of Bachmann 060s. I think I went through like 5 or 6 of those things. Like when one 060 would break, I would like take the parts from the ones I had to make one working one. So I ended up with a couple of them that had parts from like 3 different engines on them. Okay. So I think pretty soon here we're going to be able to run our first train. Maybe. Why is that red? Do I need to use a taller piece of roadbed there? Let's try track with medium. Yep, by golly, that's what it was. We could actually probably make this curve a little bit wider. The Bachmann outside frame 280 is gorgeous. Yeah, and that would actually, like, if you wanted to model the Georgetown loop, that would be a pretty decent stand-in for the little 280 they've got there. Honestly, all the Bachmann 0-30 stuff is pretty good. I picked up one of the Broadway Limited Bumblebee 280s at Amherst. It's going to need a different sound decoder because it has an old QSI one that sounds horrible. But it's a neat little engine, and it was, I think, really the only time that anyone besides Bachmann has made something 0-30 that wasn't brass. Yeah, vintage renewed, that'd be cool at some point. I'm not in a hurry. I mean, I'll probably do a similar setup here. But it's definitely a cool idea. I never thought of doing like multiple separate railroads. Though, doesn't the White Pass also currently have a little 280 like that? I don't remember what the number is, but I remember seeing videos of it. I wonder, can I connect that? Ah, yes, it worked. Okay, so now I can ditch this track. Oh, no, I keep forgetting which one was the tree cutting tool. I could see those little 280s being really useful in mountains. They'd basically just be like a shorter Rio Grande K class. I wish somebody made an affordable G-scale K class besides like the Bachmann K27 that cost $5 bazillion and is out of production. Outside frame stuff is so cool. Wait, really? What's different about the switches on PS5? Can you not attach them end to end? Alright, so I think, well, I was going to say we could run our first train, but right now there's nothing to deliver because we still need to do a line to the logging camp. But we could run a train to here just for fun. Let's do that. I've been streaming for over an hour. It's about time we ran a train. Don't have any passing sightings yet, so we're going to have to push the one flat car that we have. Wait, that's brake? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, this one doesn't have air brakes. Whoops. I thought I was on it. I was not on it. Alrighty, here we go. First train on the, whatever we're calling this railroad. Oh, no, we're not, I'm not, overlaying track here doesn't make it a switch. I'm not sure what happens if you run a train over that. You can do it, but, I'm pretty sure if you tried to run a train over it, it would just derail. No, if you want to lay a switch, you still have to lay an actual switch. Okay, I'm going to try something. Because they did supposedly add something at some point where if you pull the reversing lever back a bit toward the center, you gain more speed. Oh, by golly, look at that. Yeah, switch was already there, Red Dead. So yeah, like this is something that Railroads Online didn't have for a long time, but you can do on a real steam locomotive to a certain extent, is gain a little bit more speed by pulling the reverser back towards center. It's kind of like shifting to a higher gear. It still only does like 15 miles an hour. I do kind of wish the speedometer had a smaller range. Like they should have put 40 at the top, because if you're ever going faster than 40 in this game, you're flying off the track as soon as you hit the slightest curve. So it'd be nice if we could actually use, like, I paid for the whole speedometer, I'm going to use the whole speedometer, but no, we can only use like the first half of it. Anyway, we can run along at a blistering speed of 15 miles an hour. Thanks for stopping in, Train Tracker. Hello, Dakota. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, the old-time fiddle music's great. This is just some stuff I found on the YouTube audio library. I don't know who did it, but it's surprisingly good for copyright-free music. Interesting. Yeah, I've never had that much interest in like the business management games. Like when I was in film school, business class was the only one that I was really struggling to stay awake in. I like being able to run trains hands-on. Like building track is fun, but for me, it's running trains is where the fun's at. Yeah, no prairie trains. I don't think they've shown anything about track laying. They have said that it is going to be something that's implemented in the game, but they haven't shown it in the devlogs yet. So they may still be working on that. Oh, the Overton repaint video was a long, long time ago. I still have those Overton cars. They've had like 3 more coats of paint in different colors since then. I just recently got a second set of Overton cars in Denver and Rio Grande Western yellow, so I've been running those more. Yeah, multiplayer's fun. I haven't played multiplayer in this game very much because honestly the only person that I'm friends with who plays it regularly is Red Dead, and he plays on PS5, and you can't do PS5 multiplayer with PC. I do know a couple other people who play, but they're not online very often. Editing terrain would be amazing. That's something that I really wish this game had. That, like, even if you could just like do cuts through mountains or fills, that would be fantastic. Yes, they are based on the Sierra Railway Shorty Combine coach. I don't know if they're an exact model of it. I think there's sort of some elements of that mixed with some elements of the Rio Grande narrow gauge coaches, but they are pretty similar. And they are the same length as far as I'm aware, or only slightly longer than the Sierra ones. Okay, funny story about Railroads Online public lobbies. One time, I'm in a Facebook group for Railroads Online. It's not very active anymore, obviously. But one time somebody started a new map and just opened it up and said, just have fun, do whatever you want, no rules. So I went in there and I built a track up onto the roof of the freight depot. And then I bought a bunch of locomotives and all the most cursed Christmas paint schemes and stuff, and just drove them all up on the roof and pushed them off the end. It was funnier than it sounds. There was only 1 or 2 other people in there, but I basically just wanted to create the silliest amount of chaos. Yeah, that'd be great, Vintage Renewed. Yeah, let me know. Maybe we can do a multiplayer stream. Yeah, I can imagine the Class 125 has enough oomph to do some serious damage. It'll be a while before I can afford that one. Okay, what next? We're going to log camp. Where the heck is the log camp? Oh, wait. There it is. Okay. So I'm thinking, oh, see, I should have had this branch off the other direction. Well, you know what? We can just cut that and add a second switch in there. But I'm thinking, since the main thing we're going to be running early in the game is logs, that we should be able to go directly around the loop from the log camp. So Did cutting trees cost money early on? I forgot about that. Dang, I'm glad they don't do that anymore. It does kind of baffle me that they never made laying track cost money. One thing I really wish you could do in this game is sell rolling stock. Oh, nice Gilded Rail. That'd be a cool project. So I'm going to add another switch here. Yeah, Prairie, I don't think they have any plans to do a console version of Century of Steam. Maybe eventually, but not right away. Hopefully, at least they will come back to this game and make some quality of life improvements. It'd be a shame to just see it get completely abandoned, because it certainly has potential. It's a deeply imperfect game as it sits right now, but the idea behind it has a lot of potential. I forgot you used to be able to. I guess you still can add more industries. But I remember somebody at one point figured out how to move the industries before the game officially let you do that. Yeah, selling off rolling stock would be great. SnowRunner lets you do that. I might stream playing SnowRunner at some point if anybody's interested. I love that game, even though it's not about trains. But with SnowRunner, if you buy a truck, you can then sell it again for the same amount as you bought it for. And like if you find an abandoned truck, you can sell that. That's actually the quickest way to make money in SnowRunner, is just finding abandoned trucks and selling them. The O-Scale 382, that is kind of on hold right now because it's an old Rivarossi model that was designed for 2-rail. It's all plastic. It's way too lightweight to really be able to run well on 3-rail track. I did at one point hook it up to a battery and get it to run around the layout, but it wants so badly to jump off the track that I doubt it's ever going to be runnable as a locomotive. You can push it around with a diesel, but running it under its own power just isn't really going to happen. The 119 video, I should do that soon. At this point, I don't really have any excuse for not doing it. I was thinking I was gonna wait till I got some scenery down on the O-Scale layout, but realistically, that's gonna be a while. So I should probably just go ahead and do it. I have the 119, and I also have the New York Central 999, and they're both the same tooling. So I was gonna do like a combo review, like this is the 999 that MTH made, and then here's when they dressed it up as the 119 for Halloween. $40 on the base game and 2 DLCs. I have one of the DLCs. I think I have the Pioneer. Oh no, not the Pioneer one. I have the Explorer one, which is the one with the little 060. I have that one. I don't have the other one with the 480. I do want to get it at some point. I just don't need it right now. I forgot what I was doing. Oh, right. Log Camp. Yes, they did make a Genoa and a Reno in O-Scale. I'm still on the hunt for a couple of those. Again, those would probably just be static display pieces for me, because getting them to run on 3-rail track would be difficult or impossible. I'm probably not going to get a Jupiter because, like the 119, it's just the 999 tooling over it with a different paint scheme on it. And it really doesn't look that close to the real Jupiter. And right now I don't really have the money. That is a bummer that Roundhouse canceled the new 440. Like even if it wasn't going to be accurate for most of the paint schemes, it would have been a cool model to have. I actually bought one of the old run of those on eBay not that long ago, and it turned out to have such bad zinc rot in the frame that it was pretty much a lost cause, which was disappointing. Apparently, and I've seen others of them for sale that also have really bad zinc rot, so it's not just that one. I think the early 2000s run of those just had a batch of bad metal. Oh, the Bachmann Modern 440. I love those so much. We do need more small steam in HO. But yeah, I actually own 2 of those Modern 440s right now. I have the Westport and Shelter Cove one, and I have an unlettered one that I got at a train show a while back, that I'm trying to decide if I want to sell it or do something with it. It's such a sweet little engine. I love those, honestly, as much as I love the 10-wheelers. We really need them to bring that back. Even if they took some of the detail off like they did with the 460, it would be so amazing to have that little 440 back. Yeah, the MTH Thatcher Perkins was a sad story. I really liked that engine, but I think it had been sitting in about a 1/4 inch of standing water for quite a long time. There was so much rust on the frame and the motor and the wiring and everything. I did have it running for a short time, but then the Protosound board gave up. I think there was probably more water damage in there than I could see from the outside. I did have plans at one point to repaint it and redo all the wiring and put new electronics in and bring it back, but it just got to the point where it needed more stuff than was really practical. But a few of the parts from it that were salvageable have been very useful in other projects. I would like to find another one of the Thatcher Perkins ones that isn't all faded and rusted at some point. But apparently they only made those for one production run, and they're kind of tricky to come by. Not that mine was anything particularly valuable. I mean, it was beat to crap. The paint was really faded. It was full of rust, but I would like to find one in actually good condition if I could. Yeah, more unlettered stuff would be nice. I mean, I guess you can always paint over stuff, but it's easier if you just have a blank slate to work with. Oh yeah, I guess those didn't have tender lights from the factory. I feel like that would be a good basis if you wanted to model like the Wilmington and Western 440. Yeah, the red box and blue box 460s, I went on a whole rant in a video a couple of years ago about one that I had, the original Westport and Shelter Cove number 12, where the motor had given up the ghost, and I took it apart and discovered it was a 3-pole straight wound motor, unlike the old Spectrum ones, which were 5-pole. But I have 2 of the new blue box ones that I got at Amherst, the East Broadtop ones, and they run really nice. They're super quiet, super smooth. I think either they've switched motor suppliers and they're better now, or the one I had before was just a limit. And I think they must have changed it, because I was working at BC Hobbies at the time, and I tested a couple of other brand new ones that we had in stock, and they were all pretty noisy. But these ones that I have now they run as well as the Spectrum ones. So maybe they went back to the good motors. I hope they did. I'm not going to take one apart and find out, because you can't really take those motors apart without destroying them. Microsol takes the factory lettering off. Ooh, that's a good tip. But yeah, for $70 for one of those 10-wheelers, heck, even if it doesn't run, it makes a nice display piece. But yeah, if it runs well, then yeah, you got yourself a screaming deal there. I would honestly consider putting a better sound decoder in it. I do love prairies, and actually I have something similar to that in the works. I have an old Mantua prairie kit. It's like the same shell, it's the solid die-cast shell. So it's a really solid engine. It's got a pretty solid mechanism. I mean, I am going to put a CAN motor in it. I'm going to paint it up. What's funny is I'm pretty sure that the person who sold it to me watches the channel. Because when the box arrived from eBay, there was a Post-it note on the side of the tender that said WNSC or bust. So what I'm planning on doing, because I thought that was kind of adorable. Is I'm gonna scan that piece of Post-it note, turn it into a decal, and put it on the back of the tender like a bumper sticker. So it'll say WNSC or bust in it. Yeah, Amherst was a lot of fun. It was crazy busy, but it was a lot of fun. And yeah, prairies are friend-shaped. That's a good way to describe it. So I've always kind of been on a quest to find one that was better than the Bachmann one. A Bachmann 260 with DCC sound for $40? Dang. I would have snapped that up in a heartbeat if I'd found it. Oh yeah, the Canadian Pacific 460, the South Simcoe one, that would also be reasonably close to the Bachmann. Okay, where the heck am I going? I feel like I'm doing a lot of talking and not a whole lot of track laying here. I can tell. And you know what? I love prairies too. They are really neat little engines. And I mean, being from the Pacific Northwest, I definitely feel like I have a lot of history with them because all the logging railroads, pretty much their bread and butter was those little small driver prairies and Mikados. Let's see if I can curve a little bit this way. I think the logging camp's a little bit higher up than the sawmill, but just by how much, I'm not sure. Hello, Chessie System. Well, you came at the right time. This is now a prairie locomotive appreciation stream. Okay, what is going on here? I'm basically just laying track that's completely embedded in the ground. I think I need to go upgrade a little bit. Uh-oh. It's so deep in the ground I can't demolish it. Oh no. Yeah, I can see them being prone to wobble at high speed, similar to 060s. There we go. Like, there's a couple videos out there of Central New Jersey 113. It's this big, chonky 060. And they, like, if they have it going down the track at about as fast as it'll go, which is probably like 40 miles an hour. But it's really pedaling like Fred Flintstone. And the track's pretty rough. And you can see it just shaking and wobbling all over the place. There was just a comment from one of the crew members who said it's pretty much a struggle not to get thrown out of the cab sometimes. So I think the leading and trailing trucks on a prairie would mitigate some of that, but having such a short driver wheelbase, it's going to be wobbly no matter what you do. Oh. Okay, so I need to go up slightly. Let's do like a 0.5%. Yes, Conway Scenic does still exist. It's actually only a couple hours from me. I believe they do still have that 060. I don't know if it's running currently or if it's down for its 15-year rebuild. But yeah, that's a Canadian National engine. It is quite cool. Oh yeah, East Broadtop is very cool. I didn't know they had a prairie, actually. That's neat. I don't see a whole lot of narrow gauge ones. Whoa, okay, I forgot about this. Yes, the logging camp is actually quite high off of the base altitude. I think what I'm going to have to do is lay some track at the log camp and then go downhill and meet up with what I've already laid. Now this is going to be an interesting one to do a loop at, and I am going to try and do a loop here. Let's see if this one has the... Some of these industries have a spot where you can link a piece of track to. Does this one not? I guess not. Prairie Trains. Which tourist railroad is that? That sounds awesome. Yeah, I know that EBT has a couple of 282s that seem to be like kind of their iconic signature locomotive. But yeah, I mean, I guess a Prairie is basically just a baby Mikado. Interesting. So this industry does not have the points to attach a piece of track to. You just have to eyeball it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Arcade Attica and the Everett Railroad engines. Abilene and Smoky Valley. Let me look that up real quick, actually. That sounds really cool. By golly, I had no idea this existed, but that looks super cool. I have to check it out if I'm ever out that way. Okay. So the terrain gets kind of lumpy around here. Let's see, what's the best way to go down from this? I think I'm going to go that way. I think I've heard of the Midwest Central. That does ring a bell. Okay, what's happening here? Oh, right. Okay, the ground's uneven enough here. I'm going to start having to put track on bridge work. Oops, I just accidentally put a 30-meter curve, even though I said I wasn't going to. Let me fix that. Nice. I gotta go visit the Durango and Silverton one of these days. That's a bucket list item for me, for sure. Oh, that's not ideal. We've got a switch on hovering ballast. Can we move this any closer? Not really. Okay, this is... I think what we're going to have to do is put a switch on a trestle, which is not really what you're supposed to do here. I do still have RC cars and helicopters. I haven't played with them in a while. I don't really do videos on them as much anymore because those videos never seem to get anywhere near as many views and interaction as the train videos. But I might do some more eventually. I could have used blank ballast to fix that, but instead of doing that, I'm going to see if I can figure out how to build a switch on a trestle. That would be awesome to build a new East Broad Top number 11. Heist keeps talking about building a new Montezuma. That would be cool as well. I wish there was money to rebuild all the locomotive classes that have been lost to scrapping over the years. Honestly, if I could build anything, it would probably be a New York Central Hudson. Because it's such an iconic locomotive. And it's such a shame that none of them were preserved. I don't think so either, Chessie System, but I'm going to try and break the rules. So what I'm going to do is basically start with a switch suspended in midair. And it's entirely possible this won't work, and I'll have to just go back to just using groundwork to fill in the gaps on a regular one. I think I did record with the copter cam the whole time, but most of the footage was so bad that you couldn't even tell what was happening. Yeah, the Hudsons definitely should have been preserved. Like, I'm not the biggest Pennsy fan, but I do wish we'd get like a running K4 or something, and I think the T1 Trust is doing really cool stuff. I mean, trains are cool no matter what. Let's see, how's this gonna work? Okay, I think we're gonna have to loop around that way. Yeah, one Hudson would be fine. We don't need all of them. And I do like that they're restoring a Mohawk 3001. That'll be awesome. Yeah, new Sumter Valley Uinta Malay would be super cool. Could run that on the Durango Silverton. Pennsy is definitely a cool railroad. I tend to lean a little bit toward New York Central personally, just because the Hudsons were so iconic. But the Pennsy definitely had some very cool stuff. I know I have a whole running joke with Train Street that anything Pennsy goes in the trash, but like if we got like a running K4, like if they could restore 1361, I would be all over that. Is it really at 1 million views? I gotta check on that. I always kind of kick myself because when I made that video, when I first posted, there were a few people who were correcting little minor things that I'd gotten wrong. So I was like, oh, well, I'll fix those and re-upload it. So I made the original one private, and I uploaded a new version with stuff fixed. But I did that in the middle of while the original one was like getting tons and tons of views, and I think I killed its momentum, because even though I did eventually put the original one back up, because people were still complaining, I was like, actually, you know what, who cares? I'm just going to leave the original one up because I like that better. But I'd already killed its momentum, so I think it could have had a lot more views if I hadn't done that. But oh well, it still got a lot. I would like to do another video in that style eventually. Oh, wait. Can I not do a bridge with no track on it? I don't think I can. Oh, crap. Well, there goes that idea. What about the wall? I can do a wall with no track on it. Alright, so we're not going to have a switch on a trestle. We're going to have a switch on top of a big stone thingy. Oh, that's a shame. Reminds me of that Thomas episode where that one engine misbehaves and gets turned into a stationary boiler for the rest of his life. Okay, well, this isn't quite what I had pictured, but it'll do. It's a switch on top of something. It's just not on top of a trestle. If you feel like we should have some kind of support under the switch stand, that just looks wrong. I wonder how short a piece of this I can There. Now the switch stand has support. Good luck standing there. Yes, Smudger, that was the one. The one with the weird laugh. Okay. A little bit of glitching in the textures here because I've laid two pieces of groundwork on top of each other, but there we go. Bachmann is a complicated subject, and I'm actually planning a video going in depth on like Bachmann and what I like and what I don't like and how they've improved over time. Old Bachmann is like probably 80% crap. Like, they made a few cool things, but most of them, especially the locomotives with those infamous plastic axles, there's not a whole lot to be done for those. But anything that's been made within like the last 15 years or so is actually pretty darn good. Like, Bachmann is really working overtime to earn back the good reputation that they destroyed in the 80s with all their cheap stuff. Like, if you have like an old like 80s white box Bachmann locomotive that runs well, hang on to it for dear life, because most of them don't. And also be prepared to eventually replace the gears with 3D printed ones. Yeah, Red Dead. There does seem to be a certain segment of people in this hobby who just formed their opinions about Bachmann 40 years ago and refused to update them with the times. That's very annoying. Certainly not the only annoying thing people do in this hobby, but that's one of my specific pet peeves, is that, like, no, you don't understand. What they are making now is, like, the opposite of what they were making back then. They are a totally different company now. But, you know what? If people don't want to buy a good product that's currently available, that's their loss. More for me. Yeah, anything past the Spectrum 280 is decent. There were a few of the old plastic axle engines that hung on into the mid-2000s. The 060, I think, got fixed around 2009. The 440, I think, got fixed around 2014 when they introduced the new tooling. But anything Spectrum is generally pretty good. A Bachmann Thomas? Probably not, if I'm honest. I'm not that much of a Thomas guy. Like, no shade to people who are into it, obviously. It is an iconic franchise. It's just never really interested me that much. I didn't really grow up. Like, I had the wooden Thomas toys growing up, but I was never like that much of a fan of like the TV shows or the books. So I just don't really have any emotional attachment to it. So I probably won't bother getting a Thomas. Yeah, the Bachmann Spectrum G-scale stuff is mostly pretty darn good. I'd love to get one of those moguls at some point. The GS4, Niagara, and the other Northerns. Oh yeah, around 2006, that sounds about right. I knew they had fixed those, I just wasn't sure when. Yeah, a lot of the stuff from the 80s was pretty bad, honestly. I feel like the 80s was kind of a dark time for ready-to-run model trains. I guess you had River Rossi, that stuff was pretty decent, but other than that, I do still have that camera car that I built on the Clarabelle coach chassis somewhere. I don't think I've unboxed it since the move. Oh no, I did actually, because in the video where I first introduced the new layout setup, I'm pretty sure I did at least one shot using that. I'll have to find it. I did something with it. I don't remember where it is, but I do still have it. I've been working on trying to build an O-scale version of that. Yeah, River Rossi did do that thing that a lot of manufacturers did then, where they'd like reuse the same locomotive and just like add a different leading or trailing truck and advertise it as something else. Bachmann was really bad about that. Like their Redding 280, which was actually pretty accurate for its prototype, they just slapped a trailing truck on it. We're like, look, it's a Mikado. No, it still just looks like a Redding 280 with a trailing truck slapped on it. The 060 that they turned into a Prairie, which they actually still make. I think they even tried to make a 460 version of the 060, which was incredibly cursed, and thankfully they didn't sell very many of. Yes, I remember flying the helicopter on the HO layout. In retrospect, that was not a very good idea. I knocked the spire off the top of the lighthouse. I think I took a few chunks out of scenery with that. Yeah, 280 Comfort Edition. It's like Heist was talking about, like I think the Durango and Silverton guys referring to the K28 Mikado as the sport model because it had different suspension that made it ride a lot smoother than the K27s. It had a 484 tender? Holy crap! That would have looked way too big for that engine. Man, they were just throwing everything at the wall to see what stuck, weren't they? They're like, we make one thing, it's crap, but we're going to use it for everything. I did. That was the one time I bleeped something out on this channel. And actually, I did break it. I cracked the fuselage right by the tail rotor. But yeah, normally I try to keep this channel pretty family friendly because I know there are some kids who watch it. So I don't actually swear, but if I do, I bleep it out. But I think I've only ever bleeped something out once. Yeah, Dirty Dan's Trains. I'm pretty sure that was the video that I saw. That was the first time I discovered that existed. He's got a lot of useful videos on weird old HO stuff. Short haul tender makes more sense because that's just the tender borrowed from their Redding 280. No, I'm not familiar with the. I'm not really familiar with anything Norfolk Southern, if I'm honest, or really a whole lot of modern stuff. Concord made a 262? Interesting. I didn't know that. I always forget about Concord. They were an interesting company. I know they made some neat, like wooden 19th century coaches. The Tyco Chattanooga is definitely an iconic HO engine. I just wish they ran better. I've had a couple of those and could never get them to run very well. The tender drive system in them was just not very well designed. At one point, I was thinking about trying to swap a Bachmann 44-tonner chassis into the tender, but I never finished that project. Yeah, silent cursing and dropping the tweezers on the floor. That is how most of my ideas, good or otherwise, come to fruition. I've been doing a lot of that lately because I've been tinkering with N-scale stuff because I want to put together an N-scale loop of some kind in preparation for the Bachmann 19th century 10-wheeler coming out. Okay. This game would be so much faster if it would just automatically cut down the trees. Yeah, Rapido would do great at Small American Steam. The D10 is probably the closest they've done to that, and it is a nice little engine. It's expensive, though. But I wish they'd do more stuff like that. Hey, thanks for joining the stream. No, I have not had a chance to try the files for the 480 yet, because I don't have a 480 to try them on yet. I looked for one at Amherst, but I did not find one. Yep, I will be getting Century Steam when it comes out. I'm very excited for that. Alright, so now I gotta delete a bunch of track that I already laid because it was in the wrong place. No, I've tried hot glue. It does not work. Honestly, super glue doesn't work that well. But no, hot glue is way too soft to use as filler. If you're going to use anything for filler, honestly, you should just use like Tamiya putty or something. If you have to use super glue, it can work in a pinch for very small spots. But it's really not... it's not the ideal substance to use for that. I just used it because it was the only thing I had on hand that was even close to being the right thing. But honestly, I wouldn't do it again. Hot glue is great for like temporarily mounting stuff in a situation where it doesn't need to be held exactly where it is. Because when hot glue dries, it's still fairly soft and rubbery. And it's also pretty hard to control with any level of precision. I sometimes use it for mounting speakers. Hey, you know what? If it works, it works. I mean, I'm not going to knock anything that is successful. Yeah, the terraforming is going to be a really big advantage of Century of Steam. I mean, among many. But yeah, with Railroads Online, you're kind of stuck with just whatever the shape of it is, which honestly isn't even that realistic, because in real life they terraform stuff all the time. Oh, interesting. Okay. So basically the glue dries as soon as it touches the metal, and then it just fills the space as you push more of it in. So it's almost like a casting. That's a pretty cool idea. I might have to try that. Yep, it begins once again. I don't even know how many Railroads Online saves I've gone through since this game came out, but it's been a lot of them. I tend to lay them all out more or less the same. Okay, why is that not connecting? Yeah, I feel like the trick with Railroads Online is to sort of look for the areas of the terrain where the devs expected you to build track, because there will frequently be like little paths through the mountains and stuff that are like very obviously intended for you to put track there. You just have to find them, and there's a lot of them that look like they would be but aren't. Oops. Okay. Actually made that bridge go down too low. But yeah, Railroads Online, I feel like it's kind of a unique challenge unto itself rather than being a simulation of real-life railroad building challenges. So it's a fun game, but it's not exactly... It's kind of its own thing. It's not really a realistic simulation. Anyway, okay, we have a line now to the logging camp. Now we just need to build our yard tracks, or I guess loop, or whatever we're doing here at the logging camp. Spaghetti Westerns. Yes, the Italian engines dressed up as American ones are kind of cursed. Like, I realized that they had to work with what was available. But if I didn't know anything about trains, I'm sure it wouldn't bother me, but knowing what an accurate American steam locomotive looks like, it's so distracting. It's just like, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. That's very clearly something completely different. It just ruins the immersion for me, unfortunately. RO is going to be dead when COS comes out. Honestly, RO is kind of dead now. Like, it hasn't gotten updated in at least a year. Realistically, this is not an active game anymore. But I'm going to get my 40 bucks worth out of it. I'm actually going to shorten this slightly. It'd be nice if you could shorten a piece of track without having to completely delete it and start over. The body filler glue, I believe, was in the prairie video where I kit bashed a 280 into a prairie. Oh, now it has the spot where you can link it to. Didn't have that before. Yeah, honestly, Railroads Online is pretty much just... I feel like pretty much the entire player base of Railroads Online is just people who are waiting for Century of Steam. Myself included. Alright, so in order to fit the loop here, I'm going to have to go out and curve outside a little bit and then loop back in. So wait, oh, so the devs are still working on it. Interesting, they've been very quiet about that. I imagine they're probably working like in between other things. But it would be nice if we got some kind of update, even if it was just little bug fixes. The one thing we don't need, and this is controversial, I know, the one thing I'll say we don't need is more locomotives. We already have way more locomotives than most people are ever going to need for their railroads. That said, if they wanted to put the Tweetsy engine in here, I would not complain about it, the Tweetsy 460. But, like, I don't think they need to add more locomotives just for the sake of more locomotives. I mean, they've certainly picked some very cool, obscure prototypes to put in here, but ultimately, why? Like, I'm not complaining about being able to run all this cool, obscure stuff, but from a purely gameplay perspective, you don't need as much variety as we have. I'd rather have them wait on that until, for instance, we can have it automatically delete trees. That I think would be more useful. I'm here to play with trains, not trees. They wrote a character into the scene walking backwards. That's hilarious. I love that they went to all the trouble of doing that instead of just filming another shot of the train. Or using another stock shot. The smoke going back into the stack is always a telltale sign when they reversed a shot, and they did that a lot, especially when you have a train coming toward the camera. In Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, there's a very obvious shot of that. The Bachmann drawbar, yes, oh god, that is the Achilles heel of Bachmann locomotives. I mean, it's the Achilles heel of every HO locomotive, but especially Bachmann because the wires are so thin. What I've done on most of mine is take out or cut off the pin that it slides onto and put a screw there. So that when you pick up the locomotive, the tender doesn't separate. So it's basically semi-permanently connected. And then that takes the strain off the wires, and then you never have to unplug it. It's not a perfect system, but it's a heck of a lot better than how it is out of the box. Yeah, some Sumter Valley engines here would be very cool. RO definitely does need a prairie. I mean, we've got like 3 different moguls. Yeah, not being able to terraform sucks. And I do wish the RO devs would patch things up with Heist so they can put his soundtrack back in here. Oh, what's your brother's username? I might have seen him. Jared Games. Yeah, I've seen a message or two from him here. If you're here, hello Jared Games, welcome to the stream. I feel like that could have been smoother. Oh god, yes, the rock thing. I hate the rock thing. That's really a bad issue on the Lake Valley map. Where you'll lay track, and the rock, it's so small that like it's completely covered by the groundwork, but it still makes the train derail. That's super annoying. That's honestly, like when I was trying to decide which map to use for this new save, I was like, you know what? Do I want to deal with trees or do I want to deal with rocks? And I was like, you know what? Trees, at least I can see where there is one. Yes, Chessie System, I do play Railroader. I don't play it as much as I play this, but it is fun. I like being able to lay my own track, though. Maybe I'll do a Railroader stream at some point. I mostly play Railroader in sandbox mode, so I can just run whatever I want. Uh-oh. That switch isn't far enough away. Yeah, I've tried some of the Railroader mods. There's a Virginian Truckee 440 mod that I really like. And the GP38 mod's pretty cool as well. Yeah, that'd be fun, Gilded Rail. Yeah, I'll have to think about when I want to do that, because the next few streams are probably going to be this. But I would like to start streaming a bit more often. Like, I watch a lot of live streams, but I haven't, this is the first one I've done. But I'm having a good time. Oh crap, are we gonna have to move our fancy custom switch situation? Switchuation? Alright, let's move the switchuation. Luckily, I left a little bit of straight track here, so we can just move it back a bit. I guess I'm gonna have to make a Discord account then. I've somehow managed to make it this long without having one. Oh, sweet, Vintage Renewed. That's awesome. Yeah, tell him I very much enjoy it. It's one of my favorite mods for that game. I've actually had a Bachmann Outco Mogul before. I ended up selling it to a friend, but yeah, I'd get another one if I could find a good price. They're neat little engines. I just wish they hadn't made the headlights so small. I feel like that makes them look weird, but that's easy enough to fix. Nice, Chessie Sister. Welcome to the channel. Alright, that looks reasonably passable. Alright, well, 2 hours in, I guess we can finally start moving some cargo. Let me head back down here and get our train. Actually, should we buy some more log cars before we do this? me see. I should probably just spend what money I have on log cars, actually. Yeah, it is a weirdly small headlight. I don't know if that's accurate to the specific prototype. It just looks weird to me. But yeah, check out Red Dead Railroad's channel. He's got a really nice custom one. A locomotive I'd want a kit bash that doesn't exist in the ready-to-run market. Oh god, I have such a long list of those. California Western 45 is the one that comes to mind, although I did find a brass model of it, but they only made a couple hundred of them. Let's see. So should I get the little short flat cards, or should I just go ahead and get big ones? I feel like we're going to want big ones eventually. How much? Those are 200, these are 300. I'll just get some more of these, I think. Alright, how many can we get? We can get 6. Yeah, you're welcome, Red Dead. I do really like that custom one. There's a lot of people I've seen who have done really cool customs with that engine, but I do really like yours. I feel like it's a really good basis for kit bashes. Let's see. I don't really want to spend every penny I've got. I'm going to get 5 log cars, and then plus the one we already have, that'll make a 6-car train. And I'm not going to bother lettering them because I don't know what to number them yet, or what name we're using. Oh, it put them all over the place. That's fun. So I'm going to manually re-rail these all on one end of the locomotive. Actually, let's put them all behind. More of them are already behind. $42 logs on a 7-car train. All right, I think if I counted right, we're rolling out of a 6-car train, so that would be 6 times 6, 36? Yeah, 36 logs. I'll have to wait and see how much money that makes us. Hopefully enough that we can buy a faster locomotive soon. Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all the cards in a row and then just go dunk, 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 and couple them all up. I did think about doing a Sierra 3, but that particular locomotive it's missing enough stuff that I think I'd rather just wait and look for a better one. It does kind of look like a Wabash Mobile, doesn't it? I believe it's a Green Bay and Western prototype, but it's not too far off. All right, I'm going to take the brakes off. I'm going to leave the brakes on the last car here. Oh yeah, moving the locomotive would have been easier, actually. You're right. I didn't think of that. Oh well, what's done is done. All right, reverse. Don't. And dunk. I don't have a Discord server. I've never used Discord. I keep meaning to make an account. I just never got around to it. I probably will at some point. All right, let's line the switch there. And alrighty, let's make a run to the logging camp. Two entire extra parts for 6.0s. Send me an email about that, Red Dead. Be curious. Might be interested in those if you don't want too much for them. Yes, Railroader does have the same prototype as the Bachmann Mogul. Oh, I was wondering why it was so slow. The brakes is still on the last car. All right, now we're moving very slowly to the point where I can actually get off the train and run up to the front. Alrighty. Even 6 empty cars is a lot for Betsy. Oh, because I forgot to put wood in the firebox, that's why. Okay, we may have to stop on the hill here and wait for it to build up some steam. I'm surprised there's only 3, actually. I would have thought a lot more people would do that. I also would have thought a lot more people would do Petticoat Junction. I know there's a lot of Back to the Future ones. Okay, we're not even going to make it around the loop. Yeah, we need to stop and build up some steam. Maybe I should have bought a second porter instead of all these flat cars. Yeah, Betsy's out of fuel. I completely forgot to check. Yeah, the firebox it needs to warm up again. I'll go ahead and stop. That would be amazing, Red Dead, if you felt like sending me those when you send me the... I know you're sending me a couple engines to get sound put in, but yeah, if you felt like throwing those in, that would be massively appreciated. I can always use parts. Maybe there's enough parts between those to build a Sierra number 3. Or maybe combined with my Bicentennial one. I feel like because I've been playing on a save where I just edited the save file to have infinite money, I'm so used to the big engines where you can go a really long time before you're running out of steam. Betsy, you gotta refill more often. Let's see, how's this doing? Yeah, the pressure's still at 0. I do wish that default Betsy came with a headlight. Looks weird without one. Favorite whistle? I like Sierra 3's whistle. I like whatever 5-chime that is, but there's so many good ones. The Cass Scenic Railroad Shea whistle is really nice. There's some nice Southern Pacific ones. But yeah, all-time favorite, I think it has to be Sierra 3. I mean, I know that's everybody's favorite whistle, but there's a good reason for that. There was some, I forget what it was, there was some whistle that I saw a video of a long time ago. I think it was on Shea, but I'm not sure. But it was like, wow, that just sounds phenomenal, and I cannot remember what it was. I think there is more than one. I'm not sure which one I'm thinking of. I'd have to listen to them all. Oh, that's our safety valve. Okay, we're good to go now. Yeah, over 50. I'm guessing there's probably more than that. Everybody wants to build the Back to the Future one. And I will probably build one myself at some point. I'm not counting the G-Scale one that I built. Just HO, but... Okay, now we're cooking. I was thinking, like, yeah, I know it's a small engine, but it's not that small. Actually, let's see if we can pull back the reverser and go a little faster. I don't know if I can do that with this load. The thing with the Hootergriff Cannonball is they did actually sell it in that paint scheme initially, so I'm sure there's at least a few factory ones out there. Am I going the right direction? Yeah, surprisingly I am. Lima 5 Chime or Lima, that might be it. That might be the one I'm thinking of. Not sure. I don't know what they're all called, I just know some of them I really like the sound of. Okay, yeah, we can pull the reverser back a little bit and gain a little bit more speed. Actually, wasn't CR3's whistle originally off of a Shay? Am I remembering that right? Small articulated. Okay, funny story. I actually do have a small articulated. It's an old brass one that somebody gave me a long, long time ago. And I remotored it. I can't remember if I've ever put it in a video. I think the video on Terry's live stream where he visited my layout, I think we ran it then. It desperately needs a paint job. I'll probably do something with it at some point for the Westport. It's a neat little engine. I've always found articulateds to be a bit too long to comfortably run on my layout. I did have a Mantua logger a while back, but it was really run down. It was just falling apart in my hands, so I ended up parting that out. However, one of the sets of Walshart's valve gear from that is going on the Mantua Prairie kit that I'm building, so it's not a complete loss. Okay, yeah, number 3's whistle is up. Shay, I didn't remember that right then. Maybe that's why I like it so much. I think maybe it is a Lima 5 chime. It might actually be the same type of whistle that's on whichever casts Shay I'm thinking of. Hello, Titanic. Welcome to the stream. Oh, interesting. It never occurred to me that the Casey Jones TV show engine was painted in any colors other than black and white, because they were going to show it in black and white. I imagine there's been all sorts of odd combinations of whistles on engines they weren't designed for. Heislers are cool. Bachmann EM1 on 18-inch radius, that must have been a sight to see. Yeah, if I ever do a logging layout, which I would like to do at some point, I think Heislers would probably be my main motive power, because as fun as Shays are to watch, A, you can really only see anything interesting from one side, and B, HO scale Shays are such a pain to work on, hence what I was saying earlier about why I sold mine. Oh, that tree is really close to the track. I'm going to get out and cut that down before I try to go past it. I always thought it'd be cool if, in this game, if I could just like ride the footplate of an engine going along, just cutting trees down as I go. I've tried to do that and I have a tendency to fall off. Maybe I'll try that here in a bit, if we lay a different track. Ah, one of the Coombres and Tall-Tech ones has the same whistle. Do you know which one? I'd love to look that up and hear it. Alright, not cordwood, we're going around the other side for logs. Wow, red lines on it. Yeah, Buster Keaton style. That movie's so much fun. Like, I know the aspect of, like, the main character being a Confederate hasn't aged well, but other than that, man, that's a cool movie. There's so many amazing train stunts in that, and the fact that they shot it all for real is just mind-blowing. I think it's in the public domain. I should do a stream watching and reacting to that movie at some point. That's, like, for me, like, pretty much the ultimate train movie. The cars were green. Interesting. They were green! Okay. Whoops. Whoa, okay. 4 wheels of brakes is not very much for a train of this length. back up a little bit. So what I figured out is that the logging camp, the best chance of everything lining up is to roughly, pretty much align the division between the cars with the division between the platforms here, and then up and down arrow you can move between each car. And then I have not seen the Railrodder yet. I keep meaning to watch that one. Hello, Bucko. Just about to load some logs here. Okay, little secret. I'm guessing all of you who play Railroads Online probably know this already. But it says here you can press enter to unload. What they don't tell you is you can press spacebar to load. You do not have to get out of the train. Interesting, yeah. It honestly had never occurred to me before to have multiple separate rail lines on one map in this game, but it's starting to seem like a good idea. I'm gonna have to try that. They picked up the track with their bare hands and realigned it. Yeah, that I think I remember that scene. That is pretty impressive. Must have been super heavy. Yeah, you knew the spacebar trick. I think a lot of people have probably figured that out by now. I just wish that it was like that it would show up a little bit thing here so that people who didn't know it could easily find it. Because I spent forever getting out of the train and loading logs manually before I figured that out. You're welcome, Train Boy. Hopefully that saves you some time and trouble next time you play this game. Oh, I just hit it by accident. I think it stopped loading. That's a heavy train. Watch me lose control of this thing completely going down the very mild hill. Does that actually work to like unload from a car onto another car? I don't think I've ever tried that. Yeah, 1 log equals 3 logs. Hey, you know what? I honestly don't mind this because it used to load them 1 log at a time and it took for freaking ever. So 1 log equaling 3 logs is a compromise I can live with. All right, before we get going down the hill, let me make sure that we have enough wood in here. Put in 1 or 2 more pieces. That is... A 6-car train of logs has never looked so intimidating. Yeah, porters did work on logging railroads. I suspect they weren't hauling quite this much. Yeah, 1.1 equals 6. Railroads Online math. Works differently from regular math. Uphill slow, downhill fast, tonnage first, safety last. Amen. That is... I feel like that's kind of the mantra of every Railroads Online map. I'm just going to whistle as much as I can because anyone who's in the way, I will not be able to stop for them. It's like when the mechanic says, I couldn't fix your brakes, so I made your horn louder. Oops, I just realized I forgot to put anything under this switch, so we're just going through the air right now. Actually, I should probably fix that. Let me wait till we get off of it. Can we even brake on the downhill? Insert Thomas screeching noise. Okay, I'm gonna go back and fix that switch before I forget. Interesting. I do need a brakeman. Interesting. So you can... Yeah, anyone on the track is 10 points. So you can load from one car to another. I'll have to try that. I feel like that'd be useful. Okay, now there's something under the switch. And, oh, I also forgot about the little piece under the switch stand. I'm going to make that piece a little bit bigger this time so that somebody can actually stand there. Yeah, when I have money, I'll buy a caboose. And also in the game. Okay, so ignoring the fact that my ballast here is phasing in and out of the space-time continuum, I think this switch is good to go now. Always cracks me up how small these porters are, that their drivers are literally the same size as the wheels on the freight cars. My least favorite locomotive. I don't know. Honestly, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about what my least favorite locomotive would be. I don't know. Probably whichever one I'm having annoying trouble working on at the moment. Never been super fond of camelbacks. They always seemed kind of impractical. Yeah, the porter right now. Yeah, my least favorite locomotive is one that's not doing what I want it to do. BL2s, honestly, I kind of love BL2s. I feel like BL2s are kind of like the underappreciated ugly duckling. Because, like, they weren't bad locomotives as such. It was literally just an F unit with a different shell on it. I love Galaxy Quest. Oh my god. Galaxy Quest is, like, in my top 5 favorite movies of all time. I've seen that so many times. That's, like, honestly better than most of the Star Trek movies. Yeah, camelbacks are kind of dumb, but yeah, I do love them too for that. Camelbacks, well, I was going to say they're kind of the BL2s of the Steam world. They're really not, because the BL2 was a lot more practical. It was just an F unit with slight visibility improvements. The D&H high-pressure 280s are interesting. I feel like that's one of many kind of mildly cursed experiments that, like, would have been not great to actually try and use, but they're really cool to read about because, like, wow, that is a radically different idea and somebody actually built one. Railroad journeys around the world. Interesting, I'll have to look that up. And now we're back to a nice, comfortable, like, 11 miles an hour. There's so many, like, sort of cursed experimental steam engines that were really cool. I've been rewatching the Heist Cursed Trains streams, and I feel like I should do one of those at one point. Because there's so many, like, weird experimental engines that are fascinating. Yeah, the Erie Triplex is a perfect example of that, and the one that I cannot pronounce. I always want to call it, like, the Governator, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. But that was the 410 I was talking about earlier, sure. Yeah, I'm also glad we've got a fair number of people in here. I don't know how many are watching right now, where it says, but Yeah, I'm glad people showed up. This is fun. Yeah, Train Boy, I'll definitely do that at some point. I'm just not sure when. Does anybody make an HO scale triplex? I know they make O-gauge ones. El Goob. That works. All right, let's see if we can stop this so that all of the cars are lined up. 15. Wow, that's pretty good. That's more than 14. Okay, yeah, there's too many cars here. Now, oh, 2 people left because I said that. Well, it's still better than 12. Yeah, MTH made one. 3D printing is such a useful tool. Honestly, like it's especially once you learn to 3D model, it's one of those things where like I don't know how I ever got along without this before. Oh, somebody came back. Okay, here's another tip for loading and unloading. Always be looking toward the pond when you're unloading logs, otherwise it will dump them on the wrong side. Found that out the hard way multiple times. All right, I'm gonna wait and pull forward and do the last 2 cars. Somebody keeps opening and closing the page. They're like, I'm gonna really confuse people in the chat right now. Yeah, that's kind of the compromise with MTH HO Steam. Friend of mine has rebuilt a couple of those. He's got the Mohawk and the Berkshire, and like mechanically and detail-wise, they're pretty good. And the smoke units are the only decent HO ones I've ever seen. Welcome, Eugene. Sweet. All right, let's see how much money we made. So I think we had $500 before after I bought the log cars. We now have $932. So now we know we make $432 off of a 6-car train. Now we got lumber products, and we have no flat cars that are capable of hauling lumber products. I'm going to suggest we do a couple more log runs before we buy anything. I say I'm going to suggest as if I'm not the one doing them. Wow, 17. I wonder if we can hit 20. But yeah, for MTH HO stuff, it's kind of a blessing and a curse because the models themselves are really nice, but the electronics suck. I helped Peter, the Berkshire Mainline, install TCS Wow Sound in his Berkshire, and that was an adventure and a half because the way that they've got the lights wired, normal DCC decoders use a positive ground, so you have the positive leads of all the different LEDs connected to one terminal. Yeah, go ahead, Chessing System. Thank you. With the normal DCC decoder, it's a positive ground. The positive leads of all the LEDs are attached to one terminal, and the negative ones are all different, and that's how it controls them. MTH does it the opposite way, where all the negative leads are attached together, and it controls the positive leads. New engine. Honestly, we'll see what we can afford when we get to that point. Probably a Eureka, but I might switch things up and get something else. We'll see. If I can afford a Glenbrook, I'd get Glenbrook. Anyway, long story short, with the Berkshire, we had to take everything apart and rewire every LED individually to set them all up as a positive ground so that they could be controlled by the DCC decoder. We did the cab light, we did the headlight. By the time we got to the number boards, we kind of gave up. Oh, it did have deer antlers. I know there's some, that was kind of a thing on locomotives back in the day. Yeah, stock the log pond to max, I'll do that. But yeah, rewiring the MTH engine was kind of a nightmare. I think we'll probably do the Mohawk at some point, but I'm not super looking forward to it. Nice, thank you, Jesse. Hopefully we can get some more people in here. Yeah, the Eureka's good. It's not super torquey up the hills, but it's got a pretty good top speed. If you mess with the reverser, you can get it up to like 25 on a flat, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the 4449 story sounds all too familiar. And of course, that stuff always happens right before a train show. Yeah, well, I'm glad to be able to do that stuff for you, Red Dead. I wish you could come over and do my scenery for me, because that's the part that I always struggle with. Worst case for an engine I've fixed. Might have been the 280 they ended up swapping half the guts from the custom Prairie into. That thing was literally just a plastic Ziploc bag full of random parts when I got it. I live in Massachusetts, chassis system. Wow. I mean, I've gotten it to like 50 downhill, but under its own power, it's not going anywhere near that fast. But yeah, 28's not bad. I wonder if it would be practical to do a point-to-point line where I could just back the trade down there. No, Chase, I sold the Lionel Legacy engine. It was cool, but it didn't really fit the era or theme of my layout. I would like to get another Legacy engine at some point, if only to compare it to my custom DCC and sound engines. Dang. Yeah, I've had a few decoders burn out on me, either through my own error or because of factory defects. The smell is definitely not fun. Wait a second. Did I go right past? I think I went right past the spot where I was supposed to load these. Yes! The Polar Express. They make so much wacky Polar Express stuff. Like, I get it, there was only one train in the movie, but they never even made a screen-accurate version of that. Like, you'd think they would do that before they start just slapping the paint scheme at everything, but no. Gotta make the most money off of every model they make. I do, the one weird novelty Polar Express thing that they've ever made that I do kind of like is in the latest catalog they did the like 1860s 440 in a Polar Express scheme, and I was like, no, you know what? I kind of like that. That at least fits like the vibe, the kind of old-timey vibe of the Polar Express. That I could see as being like, imagine like a Polar Express prequel set in the Old West. That would be kind of fun. Oh god, the Polar Express big boy. I don't even think about it. Yes, I saw that in the catalog. It's like, you know what? Whatever. It's Lionel. I mean, if they didn't make her stuff, what would they do? DCC is definitely makes operation easier. I have my my HO layout wired up with a toggle switch, so I can. Yes, Train Boy. There is the latest Lionel catalog, the 2026 catalog. They announced a Polar Express big boy. Oh, I feel your pain, Red Dead. That is honestly pretty par for the course with Broadway Limited. I will never buy a brand new Broadway Limited product. Yeah, the Hogwarts shop switcher was, I think they just took the pilot truck off of that one just because it kept derailing. It wasn't sold like that. Polar Express, Betsy. Honestly, I would do a custom one of those just for the goofs. I should do that, actually. That'd be funny. I did paint up a G-scale Betsy at one point with one of those little LGB 040s. I still have it somewhere. I should dig that out. Be cool to have an 031. Yeah, Polar Express John Henry. How about a Polar Express Union Pacific gas turbine? Yeah, Polar Express Heisler. North Pole Central, yeah, that would work. I always like the Bachmann North Pole and Southern road name that they had on their Christmas engines, because technically that covers every location in the world. The one that always cracked me up from Lionel was the Polar Express Acela. It clashes so much with kind of the old-timey vibe. Polar Express monorail. If the Polar Express was owned by Disney, there would already be a Polar Express monorail. Yeah, in the latest catalog, there was a Polar Express 1860s Legacy 440. They honestly did a decent job with the paint on that one. That's the only novelty Polar Express one that I kind of don't mind. Yes, the Polar Express S1. Honestly, that would be, like, just for sheer commitment to the bit, I would kind of enjoy that one. Quintuplex. At that point, we're just getting into sci-fi. At that point, we might as well have Polar Express Starship Enterprise. That reminds me, I've been thinking about making like some funny t-shirts and mugs and stuff with like train-related humor on them. And it occurred to me one of the things I could do would be like cursed Photoshop trains, like a really long Betsy or a really short Big Boy. I'm sure that's already been done, but not by me. Get some more wood in here. Oh, only 91%. We're practically empty. Yeah, the paint doesn't look too bad on the 440. That's like one of the few cases where, like, yeah, you know what? I'm fine with that. What I find amazing is that they have not done like a live-action remake of the Polar Express, even though it's been over 20 years and they've done one of basically everything else under the sun. The propellers on the front, yes, I have seen those. That seems like one of those ideas that like somebody came up with and got just enough people interested to build it. And then when they actually built it, I'm sure somebody went, you know, that's like the most impractical thing ever, right? They're like, I never thought of that. Yeah, PE Galaxy Brothers. Yeah, they didn't use the general tooling. They used the Brass Hybrid Legacy tooling, which means it's like $1,300. But it is also an accurate scale model, which their general isn't. Speaking of the Lionel General, they seem to have replaced that with a different boiler tooling in the most recent catalog. It's on the same chassis, but I'm wondering if like the general tooling from the 50s finally wore out, or if they just adapted it for the battery-powered thingy that they're making now. They would need 50 Tom Hankses. Hankses? Hanks? What's the plural of Tom Hanks? Hankies? No. IMDb, yeah, I mean, anybody can make an IMDb page. I'm not sure I put too much faith in that. Yeah, the new 440 doesn't look great. I know a guy who knows a guy who works at Lionel, and he says he's seen a pre-production sample of them and they look bad. At least they're cheap, I guess. I mean, honestly, Another controversial take. I was never that big a fan of the Lionel General to begin with because the proportions are so weird. Good evening, Oregonian Rail fan. Welcome. Like, I get that the Lionel General is a toy train and it was never really meant to be a scale model, but I feel like they could have tried a little bit harder. But, I mean, I guess it was the 50s when they came up with it, and motors were huge and chunky, so there was only so much they could do. But I feel like when they switched it to a can motor in the 80s, they could have fixed the proportions. Oh, very cool. A 1949 Cadillac. I bet that's got some cool stuff in it. Yeah, it doesn't look anything like the real William Crooks. I feel like they tried to fix the proportions by just making the boiler bigger, but that wasn't really what it needed. It is now, I think, one of the cheapest steam engines in the whole catalog, though, so at least they're aware that it's bad. I just wish that they had moved the driver axles a little bit further backward to make the proportions better. But honestly, if they were going to make a decent 440, they would have to start from scratch regardless. Oops. I need a soundboard for these streams. I need like a soundboard with silly meme sounds, so when I run into something, I can play the falling metal pipe sound. Oh god, the Lionel Thomas range. I think I'd successfully blocked that trauma out of my mind. I like how they have a Thomas where like all of the axles are like under the front half of the engine and the rest is just hanging in the air. And then the faces all look like some kind of horrifying nightmare fuel. Surprising that Bachmann didn't make a Williams O-gauge Thomas range, because Bachmann seems to be advertising the heck out of their other Thomas stuff. Polar Express egg liner. I'd be very surprised if somebody has those. All right, let's unload some logs here. Bachmann Underground Ernie. Did Sam Strains do a review on that? I think I might have seen that. I know I saw the Chuggington ones, and those were also pretty cursed. I don't know why they can't just make a kids show with talking trains where they don't look like Nightmare Fuel. Yeah, the newer Bachmann N-Scale ones aren't too bad. I mean, I say that as not really a Thomas fan, so I'm not really the right person to judge. Like, even regular Thomas I find kind of cursed, but... Wait, Lionel still owns the O-Scale Thomas license? Why aren't they doing anything with it? Ooh, what project have you got going, Oregonian? This little Porter shimmying back and forth so much. Let's see, how much money do we have? 1364. I'm gonna run a couple more loads and try and make enough to buy a Eureka. Yeah, CGI Thomas, some of it was okay. My favorite European locomotive. Ooh, that's a tough question, because I'm not that familiar with them. I like the little narrow gauge 040 that the LGB 040 is based on. Whatever the little green one is. I forget where that's from or exactly what it is, but I like that one. Marx made a better... I'll have to look up the Marx one. Let me look that up real quick while this train's running up the hill. Huh, interesting. The proportions are still kind of wonky, kind of in the opposite of the way the Lionel one is, but that's not a bad effort. I don't know. There are some very cool European locomotives, but I'm really not knowledgeable enough about them to pick a favorite, I don't think. But I do like that little narrow gauge one. See if I can get a little bit more speed going here. No, the Westport 260 I sold to a friend. Yeah, I did see the announcement for the new Thomas series. In its defense, they've gone back to 3D animation, which is an improvement over the last Thomas series. So maybe they're going in the right direction. I'm still a little creeped out by kind of the weird anime eyes style they've got going on the faces. But again, not really a Thomas fan, so I'm not the right person to give an opinion on that. Have a good night, Oregonian. Thanks for stopping by. It does kind of look like AI. I don't think it is AI, but it does definitely have that sort of overly stylized AI look to it, which I really don't like. Yeah, the eyes being the marker lights is interesting. I'm not sure I love that idea, because the marker lights are usually really small. Honestly, here's another controversial take. I have always sort of seen the headlight of a locomotive as its eye, on steam engines at least, but that would make them look like some kind of like really cursed Cyclops. I actually, a while back, I photoshopped the Eureka with an eyeball on its headlight, and it looked absolutely terrifying. El Dorado crashes in this game don't really look like anything special. There's not really any good crash physics, it just kind of stops. Like if you get lucky, sometimes it does a little flip, but nothing fancy. Oh, they still make the Thomas boxcars? Okay, so they are using the license for something, they're just not doing the engines. 3 eyes. Yeah, interesting. I love how different everybody's interpretations of it are. I could also sort of see the front windows of the cab as eyes. In one of the Cars spin-offs, I think Planes, Fire, and Rescue, they had a steam engine that was based on a Virginian truckie mogul that had the eyes as the front cab windows, but then it had the mouth up on the front of the smoke box, which is I feel like a little bit weird, but I mean it works. Yeah, that's a fender bender. That's from Lionel Traintown, right? If I do a soundboard, I gotta put that on it. I don't think I ever saw The Little Engine That Could movie. I definitely remember the book, and I remember the face being on the smokestack, which I thought even at the time was kind of weird. Yeah, Bachmann I think would do a better job at O-scale Thomas, certainly based on the job they've done on their O and N scale and G scale versions, or sorry, HO. But yeah, the Bachmann G scale Thomas line is pretty decent from what I hear. I haven't really messed with them because I don't really have any motivation to collect Thomas stuff. Yeah, when the train derails or crashes. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to do a soundboard. I've only just figured out how to use the OBS software for streaming. I haven't really figured out what everything does yet, but I want to figure out how to do a soundboard. I want to get a face camera set up. Oh, I hit the wrong key. I need to get a webcam. I'd like to get a better microphone. I know this one kind of sounds like a potato. This is just a microphone on the headset. Yeah, I think I watched Mark's Madness. I watched pretty much everything Heist does, so I don't remember that one specifically, but I'm sure I've seen it. Okay, yeah, I'll have to look up the movie. I know there have been a few different adaptations of Little Engine That Could, and I know at least one of them was just unspeakably cursed, but I don't remember which one. On my... Oh, I'm glad, Jesse. I'm glad this mic is somewhat acceptable. I'm running it through a couple of like noise reduction filters to try and minimize the potato-ness of it. But I would like to get a better one at some point. Has a trainer in your layout taken a nosedive? Not on the O-gauge layout, and yeah, and Railroader. I'm sure a lot of people are probably also just using their headset mics. On my old Red Oak HO layout, the one that the channel's named after, I had a drop-down gate to get into the middle of the layout, and I did have trains take a dive off that once or twice. I had a Mantua engine run off of it and fall on the floor, but it was a die-cast Mantua engine, so it didn't even notice. And I had a Spectrum 460. I think it was actually the one that I later turned into a Prairie, that went off the side that had... it went off the side that had the gate on it, so there was a piece of rail sticking up off the gate, and it caught on the valve gear and caught it before it hit the floor. Pure luck that it didn't actually fall. But yeah, that piece of rail sticking out was largely an annoyance because every time I walked past it would get stuck on my shirt, but it did save that 280. Southern 5046. I'm not familiar with that one. I'll have to look it up in a second here. Let me look that up while these logs are loading. What the heck? It's... The tender is a Prairie. That is bonkers. Wow. I have never seen that before. That's fascinating. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I am flabbergasted and intrigued. If I ever do a cursed train stream, that one's going in there for sure. Yeah, the 3D movie, I think, is the one I was thinking of that was incredibly cursed. Yeah, good night, Chessie. Definitely get some sleep. Honestly, I'm probably going to be wrapping this up pretty soon. I've been streaming for 3 hours now. I should get to bed. But we're just about to make enough money to buy a Eureka. I do vaguely recall seeing another engine that had a 280 running gear under the tender. I don't remember which one. I think that was also Southern. They just had like a bunch of old engines and just turned them into tender boosters. That movie had Whoopi Goldberg in it, and Joe from Family Guy. What's his name? Patrick Warburton? Is that the guy I'm thinking of? He was in Planes, Fire and Rescue as well, actually. He voiced a fire truck. Yeah, not enough steam for 2 pairs of cylinders and slipping. That makes sense. It's kind of wild how many times that driving wheels under the tender thing has been tried, considering it never worked well. Worst offending train or train scene you've seen in a movie? Oh boy. It's probably not the worst one out there, but what comes to mind is the Lone Ranger. Because there's so many things about that that are, like, that look passable at first glance, but the closer you look, the worse it gets. Because they didn't use any real steam engines for that. They built an entire fake railroad out in the desert, and they built these full-size prop engines, which were based on scaled-up model trains. Like the Jupiter, I'm pretty sure was based on the MTH Jupiter, which in turn was based on 999. And the other one was based on the Rivarossi HO scale Casey Jones. And I know it was the Rivarossi one. Oh yes, Unstoppable, that's a good answer. I know it was the Rivarossi one because it has all the same mistakes as the Rivarossi one, like the super chunky rods. But like the train wreck scene near the beginning of the movie where it like flips end over end and the rod pops off and it's springs like a piece of paper. A bumpy ride. Oh, I played the demo of that. That looks really cool. I like that game. I'll play that on stream one of these days too. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that one. It's very kind of chill and relaxing. Yeah, the Lone Ranger chase is fun. Like, it is actually a pretty well directed and choreographed action scene. The railroad stuff is just, it's just wrong enough to bother me in a way that almost bothers me more than if it was just blatantly silly. Like, there's a lot of movies that have just, like, horribly bad train physics, and it doesn't really bother me because it's, like, obviously not supposed to be realistic. But, yeah, I feel like the Lone Ranger one is, like, it's trying to be all, like, gritty and realistic looking, because the rest of the movie is actually really dark. And then, at the end, it's just, all of a sudden, it's live-action Wile E. Coyote on a train. Yeah, physics left the chat. And, like, the guy who directed that also did the first Pirates of the Caribbean, which everybody likes and was a pretty good movie. We do need Heist to react to that. Train of Thought did a reaction to it, but we would love to see Heist do it. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's somehow, it feels, somehow the Lone Ranger offends me more than a lot of other movies that are, like, objectively the train stuff is worse, but it doesn't feel like it's trying to look real. Yeah, I guess Heist did briefly appear in Train of Thought's video, just to give pretty much the reaction that we all expected. That honestly is probably all we really need to know. Yep, the drive-in movie theater is still on there. I really only use it when I'm filming. I'll usually try and put a movie on there that has some loose relevance to whatever it is. Like when I did, what did I do recently? Man, I'm forgetting what my own videos are. But yeah, it's still there. I don't have, like, the DVD player hooked up to it currently. I just have an HDMI cable, so I can plug my laptop into it. All right, and we find ourselves at the log. We find ourselves slightly overrunning the log pond again. Yeah, the Train of Thought song was very funny. I did have Back to the Future for number 3. That one was kind of an obvious choice. I did one recently where I put the movie Breakheart Pass on there because it had, like, a backdated 280 in it. No, Gilded, I sold the Chinese Mikado to a friend of mine. We're actually doing a collab video soon about a different Bachmann Chinese Mikado. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong key again. The IHC Mogul. I can't remember what video I put on for that one. That was a while ago. Sometimes what I put on doesn't have any relevance if I can't find anything relevant. I know one of them I just put on Star Trek. A Ticket to Tomahawk. Oh yes, I put that on for one of the 10-wheelers. I forget which one. Oh, I think I put that on for when number 12 came back. Glenbrook's better? Yeah, I agree. I'll probably do that. I mean, I'm not making... These aren't in, like, even $500 increments, so by the time I have enough for the Eureka, I'll probably have enough for the Glenbrook. Yep, model trains do change hands. There's a number of ex-Westport locomotives floating around out there. Yeah, A Ticket to Tomahawk's a fun movie. Denver and Rio Grande, which came out around the same time, is also a fun movie. I like A Ticket to Tomahawk also because it stars Rio Grande Southern 20, which is now one of the engines that Heist works on, so that's fun. I was kind of wished he'd do a video reacting to it. All right, let's see where we're at for money. We've got $17.96, so we should be over 2,000. So I think we could buy a Eureka with one more load, but it's probably worth doing a couple more so we can get a Glenbrook. What's on the display track now that the Shay is gone? Currently, my Bachmann new tooling 440 is on there because it's waiting on a sound decoder. Ooh, railroad home movies from the 60s and 70s. That could be cool. The Clint Eastwood movie. I've seen this scene where he plows it through the bar. That's a very funny scene. I haven't seen the whole movie. Yeah, the consolidations in the Rio Grande movie was a shame, but from everything I've read, those two locomotives were on their way to the scrap heap anyway. They were far beyond the point of saving. So honestly, that's probably the best thing they could have done with them. And at least they didn't destroy the real 268. That still exists. I think they painted up, was it 345, I think, that they painted up to represent 268 for the crash scene. The lore of my current railroad. Honestly, I've kind of intentionally kept the lore fairly mysterious so that people can make up whatever they want it to be. I see it as like basically a railroad museum sometime in the mid-1990s that's basically saving steam locomotives from scrap and restoring them and using them to run passengers and local freight. So it's kind of a retirement home for steam locomotives, with a few diesels thrown in as well, older ones. But I know there's fans of the channel who have their own headcanon for it, which is fine. It's whatever you want it to be. What's funny about the Rio Grande movie, actually, and the wreck, is that they pack the trains full of explosives and they go off the instant the cowcatchers touch. So it almost looks like they go off before the trains actually touch. It's kind of unintentionally funny. They did end it, but it smells like OSHA. What's funny is that the ones that they used for the fake crash in the movie were scrapped after that, and the one that was involved in the real crash at Kenosha still exists. Yep, I will. Hello, Ryan. Yes, welcome to the stream. I will definitely be playing Century of Steam. I'm very excited for that. I've been following the devlogs on that with great interest. I'm pretty much just playing Railroads Online now to tide me over until Century of Steam comes out, although it's probably going to be at least another year, maybe more. I did get to meet Heiss at the Amherst Train Show this past weekend, or I guess last weekend. I didn't get to chat to him very long, but he was very, very nice, and I got a picture with him, so that was fun. Favorite whistle? I think we talked about this a little earlier. I'm going with Sierra 3's whistle, which I think is originally off of Shay. I'm pretty sure it's a Lima 5 chip. GTA 6 or Century of Steam, which one will take longer? Reminds me of that Top Gear challenge where Jeremy says, the question was, which would arrive first, Summer or James May? One of these days, I think it'd be cool to build like an operational scale version of these cranes. I don't know how prototypical they are. Yes, I think yes, the mobility scooter challenge was great. I love the part where you get stuck in the doorway. Casey Jones, yeah, Casey Jones, the pilot episode did have some shots of RGS-20. Some of them were reused from A Ticket to Tomahawk. Oh, interesting. I didn't know they had footage from the Great Locomotive Chase in there. Hello, Goobster. Welcome to the stream. Yes. All those old Top Gear challenges were so much fun. I miss that show. Even the Grand Tour, they just didn't have the magic anymore. Really? Bachmann's not selling the Alco 260 by itself anymore? That's a shame. That was one of their best budget steam engines. Yeah, modified switch machine, or maybe rig something up with servos. I've been wanting to learn how to program Arduino. Maybe I could use that. At some point, I think it would be cool to use Arduino to make a system where you could use like an RC airplane controller to operate trains, where like the stick inputs on that would translate to DCC commands. I know there's Arduino libraries for DCC and for RC airplane controllers, but I don't think anybody's combined them yet. Red Dead, yours might have been leftover stock that somebody had. Do they have actual Economy sound, or do they have the Bachmann sound value? Because the Bachmann sound value decoder is different from the regular Soundtrax Economy. It has fewer features, and it doesn't have any variation in the chuff intensity. That would be cool, definitely. When Century of Steam comes out, I'll have to consider that. I thought about trying to do that for Railroads Online, but Railroads Online multiplayer is pretty chaotic. I would enjoy the chaos, but I haven't figured out how to actually set up multiplayer yet. Oh yeah, that'd be cool, Vintage Renewed. Maybe I'll do that at some point once I learn how to program Arduino. Oh, it is the proper Economy. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm so glad they did that, because that's so much better than the sound value. Yeah, this little porter's being overworked. Actually, that reminds me, I should check on the firebox, see if it needs more wood. I let it completely run out earlier, and now I'm paranoid about it. Yeah, the popcorning issue is the main reason I haven't really bothered to try Railroads Online multiplayer, because it seems like a lot of time it makes it borderline unplayable. I think that's just an inherent flaw with the way that the physics works. Yeah, ES&D would be awesome. I really want to, at some point, paint and letter a locomotive for like the original ES&D in Railroads Online, where he had the Wrath of Khan engine, but they took down the roller coaster. Yeah, the Great Locomotive Chase, I could do that. Maybe I'll do that as a sequel to the Casey Jones video. I've been thinking about that. I also wanted to do a Golden Spike video following like all the stuff that happened to the trains on their way there. And then I saw the Great Basin Car Shops video where he debunks a lot of the myths around that. And it's like, oh, that was half the stuff I was planning on doing. So now I need to rethink that a little bit, because like half of my plot, it turns out, was made up by some newspaper editor in like 1900. Then what didn't actually happen. The Heist and Con streams were, that was what got me into Railroads Online, and I feel like that was kind of the game's finest moment, even though the game itself was way worse back then, just because that was so much fun. That's what introduced me to Heist, that's what introduced me to Railroads Online. Yeah, those were iconic. But yeah, I have an old Aristocraft G-Scale 280 that kind of looks like the Class 70. Oh yes, Red Dead Railroad. I did watch your video on the first day, and I was like, hey, this is awesome. This is what I was going to do. I'm so glad somebody did it. Wow, Ryan, I didn't realize it had been that long. We do need more lore for the WNSC. just feel like I don't want to mess up everybody's different headcanons that they've come up with for it. And besides, I mean, the way I see it, it's basically just a railroad museum in the 90s. So the lore is, this is a place with some cool trains. That's kind of it. Ooh, vintage renewed. Yeah, that could be a fun story. See, the problem with doing any of these other than the Casey Jones story in the style that I did that one, which was literally just G-scale tracks set up in the driveway, is that one took place at night, so I didn't really have to build any scenery around it because I could just strategically light it to only show the trains. But most of this other stuff of like all the famous railroad stories happened during the day, and it would be much harder to make that look convincing in miniature. I do think it's possible, but it would definitely not be as easy. Like for the Casey Jones one, I literally just set up some G-scale track in the driveway and got a super bright like shop lamp and used that to basically light it like a film noir type of thing. I was out there in the driveway for several nights doing that, and the neighbors were very confused. For the Golden Spike, apparently there was a whole story about how the Jupiter was like a last-minute substitution, and it was originally an engine called the Antelope, but it went through a logging camp, and it was the second. It was running right behind another train. So after the first train went through, the workers of the logging camp thought that was it, so they started rolling logs across the tracks again, and the Antelope hit one of the logs and was damaged, so they had to limp it to the next station and then substitute the Jupiter. And yeah, it turns out none of that's true. The Antelope wasn't even on that train, and the Jupiter was always planned to be the one with the Golden Spike, and nothing really untoward happened at all during that journey. As far as I know, the part about the Union Pacific train getting stuck behind a washed-out bridge, I think that one's true. I click very aggressively. I'm pretty sure that's just my mic picking up the regular clicks and amplifying them like crazy. Because like this isn't a particularly loud mouse. I mean, it's an old Logitech mouse, so it's kind of loud. But yeah, I remember. I did a couple of test recordings, and I remember noticing that the mouse clicks were coming through really loud. I'm not really sure how to fix that. I think getting a better microphone would probably help, or maybe a quieter mouse. But yeah, it's picking up all of the little mouse and keyboard noises. Sorry about that. Unfortunately, I don't know how to fix it. Oh, am I running out of? I am running out of water. Can I just place a water tower anywhere? What happens if I've never run out of water in this game? What happens if you do? Does it just stop? Oh, interesting. Yeah, so I think it only was discovered recently. They found the original newspaper that the Antelope story came from and discovered that it was pretty much made up, or at least greatly embellished. Let's see. Water tower. Oh, there's a choice of different water towers, including some very vividly colored ones. Let's just go with the regular one. Oh, that's kind of interesting. The center point, it like... See, it'd be nice if this would like snap to the track alignment. Oh, I can't place it right where the engine is. Okay, yeah, it just stops making steam. It doesn't explode or anything. Alright, well, let's try that. One of these has to be water, right? What's that? Oh, no, that's sand. Must be this one. I'm not used to tank engines. Okay. Yeah, the Jupiter's awesome. I love the paint scheme on it. One of my like bucket list models is Lionel's Brass Hybrid Legacy Jupiter in 119. Or I guess 2 of my bucket list models. If you select the water tower when standing on... Okay, let me try that. I'll just place another one. Oh, weird. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, I guess I'll do that and I'll delete the first one. It's a good thing these don't cost money. Thank you, Gilded. That was very useful. And I overshot it again. We do need more options for customization on the Eureka. I feel like because that was one of the first add-on engines they introduced, they didn't really do a whole lot with customization, but then all the later ones they did, but they didn't go back and fix the early ones. Yeah, Keep Alive makes a world of difference on those short wheelbase engines. I'm gonna have to get one for mine too. Oh, hey, I lined it up almost perfectly. I forgot about that, Red Dead. Yeah, that's a fun story. I hope that's true, because it's funny. Yeah, box light, large stack, and a big cow catcher is always fun. I love that look. Water orbs. Yeah, the way that Railroads Online deals with liquids is really weird. Yeah, Keep Alive on everything is a good idea. I'll probably do that eventually as well. It's not as big an issue on diesels because they usually have a flywheel which sort of acts like one. But okay, what's going on here? Because I feel like it's not filling. Is it not lined up right anymore? 100-gallon orb of water. Yeah, and the rest of this water is just nothing. That's as close as I can get it. Is it still not full? It's still not... How is it still not full? Does this gauge just not work? Yeah, the Eureka, the Porters, Heiser, Climax, Cook Mogul, and Class 70. Yeah, I remember when the Class 70 was introduced, it was huge news. Why is this not... Is that just as full as it gets? Oh, it's filling the boiler first. Okay. That makes sense. So this is going to be a while. While we're here, let me check how much money we've got. Do we have enough for a Glenbrook now? Hold on. Because we do have enough for a year. Oh, and it's opened up all these. Not that one. No, we don't have enough for a Glenbrook yet. Wait, we don't have enough for a Eureka? I thought these were $2,000. What's 2,000? What am I thinking of? Was something else Ah, dang it. No, okay. That was not. So, we could buy that for 3,000. Well, once we run some more logs. The water, is it? Is it actually, or is it just? Yeah, it does. It is definitely looks like it's falling through the boiler. Reminds me, when I lived on Vancouver Island in Victoria, the only operating steam engine anywhere near me was this little 2-foot gauge 040 at some museum. I went up to see it a couple of times. The look in the hatchet will tell you. Let's see. Oh, it's full. Wait. Oh, okay, so it is finally full. Okay, so we're done. So now I'm just spilling water everywhere for no reason. Yeah, they had this little 2-foot gauge, and it was very much like Betsy. It was like it was a saddle tank engine, but the saddle tank leaked, so they just ran it with a tender. It was kind of peak, like, backwoods improvisational railroading. How do you close this? There we go. Okay, we're good on water. How are we on wood? Alrighty, let's run some more logs. I'm just going to leave this water tower here for next time. Do these water towers just fill? I guess they do just fill up by themselves. They should only fill up when it rains. Actually, that reminds me, we should turn on dynamic weather. Turn this way down. Is the Bell's Gap good? I can't remember if I've tried it or not. That's from one of the DLCs, I'm pretty sure. Should I buy that or Glenbrook once we have the money? Ooh, lumber and beams is a good idea. That'll probably make more money than logs. Let's do one more load of logs, and then I'll buy some lumber and beam cars. I wish there was a list, there probably is a list somewhere of how much each commodity's worth. Your track work sucks. I don't know if it sucks, but I definitely do have a lot of sharp curves, like 40-meter radius. Probably wouldn't hurt. Actually, while this train's running up to the log camp, let me take a look at the tractive effort. So the Eureka, 37,920. The Glenbrook, 30. Wait, this is showing the Glenbrook is actually. Oh no, that's the weight of the engine, isn't that? That's not the tractive effort. Okay. Where was I? Okay. So Eureka, that's the tractive effort. Okay, so 5,600, 7,600, 5,900. Interesting. So the Bell's Gap is only a little bit more powerful than the Eureka. I don't know. Yeah, if you had the game before 1.0, you get it for free. I'm pretty sure that's how I got it, because I had the game pretty early on. There's a wiki if you press the 8. Oh, let me try that. Oh, there we go. Oh, Sierra 30. Interesting. I'm not familiar with that one. Let's see. So that's the Eureka. 2,900. I forgot what I was looking to look up. 31. Could also save up for the Mosca. Glenbrook has more customization. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. Oh, the weather changed. Okay, so that's working. It is now raining. I do kind of like that the game has weather now, even. Oh, I was looking for prices of freight. Right, thank you. I'm so scatterbrained sometimes. Freight, here we go. Here we go. Logs. Logs are worth $12 a piece. Lumber is worth $16 a piece. What's cordwood worth? Cordwood's worth only 10 a piece. Beams. Oh, beams are 32 a piece. Holy cow. All right, let's, dang. What am I doing messing around with logs over here? Let's run some beams. You can't name the... Oh, well, that's what's... You can't name the 060. Where's the fun in that? Can I, like, shop before I can actually afford something? Like, if I look at the Glenbrook, can I customize? Oh, yeah, I can. Okay, so let's see what we got for options. I'm probably going to want... Well, I mean, it doesn't look bad as it is. I'd like to have a fancy smokestack. Maybe that. That adds $50 to the price. Paint, I don't think paint changes the price. Headlight, regular headlight's fine. Out of curiosity, let's see what customization there is on the belts gap. I realize my train's probably just running away. Smokestack. That's fine. Yeah, the Bell's Gap looks fine as it is. Are there different paint schemes for this one? Oh, there are. I like the first one. Ah, the Proto 2000. Currently waiting on a decoder swap because I took the decoder out to use it in something else. But it's good. It's I've did some paint touch-ups on it recently. I may or may not be getting one of the new Bachmann ones soon, so it'll be interesting to compare to that. Yeah, diamond stacks on the wood burners makes sense. Oops, I wasn't paying attention. Moose antlers, yes, moose antlers are fun. Alright, one more load of logs and then we're running beams. Yeah, the Proto 2000 is still pretty unbeatable in terms of detail. But yeah, the Bachmann one's good. What it is I have it on loan from a friend, and if I like it, I'll buy it. And if not, I'll give it back to him. But I am going to make a video with it regardless, and I do like it a lot. It's definitely not as detailed as the Proto, but I would say the detail's adequate for most purposes. Certainly better than the old one. Two-foot narrow. That's cool. Stake flat. Let me check. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Hold on. Which ones do I need for beams? So I could do those. It gets into this mode sometimes where I can't figure out how to make it not move the view around, so I can select other things, and I have to go back out of it and back in. Which one do I? It's New York Central. So stake flat beams. Yeah, and then these ones, these are the ones that I have. Those can only do logs and steel pipes, so I need these. Alright, what was I in the middle of? Three beams and 6 lumber. Oh, interesting. So it's the same amount of money either way. Maybe I'll do a train of half lumber, half beams, just so that we deplete them at the same rate. I assume that the sawmill fills them up at the same rate. I like that you can hear trees being cut down in the background, even though the place is still clearly surrounded by uncut trees and no stumps. Yeah, groups of 10 is a good idea. I wanted to get 10 of these, I just couldn't afford to. Lumber mill makes 1 lumber and beams. Oh, interesting. So, if I do the math, would that make it would make sense to do it makes sense to do the same number of both, but that's not the same number of cars. So it makes sense to do 2 cars of lumber and 4 of beams, I think. I mean, we're going to run more logs eventually, no matter what. Alright, good night, Red Dead Railroad. Thanks for hanging out. Hello, Titanic Kid. Yeah, I should go to bed too, Train Boy. I'm probably going to wrap up the stream pretty quick. Maybe I'll actually wait and buy those steak cars next time. I'm thinking about making this a weekly thing, where I just do this like every Tuesday night or whatever. Yeah, okay, let's go deliver. I'm going to go deliver these logs and then I'm going to call it a night, I think. We'll do the steak flats and buy a new locomotive next time. Maybe I'll do a few more log runs off stream to make some money. Yeah, Train Tuesday. I might try to redo the 262 eventually. I'll probably do that meant to a 262 kit first. Good night, Chase's Railway Lines. Thanks for hanging out. I will definitely do more of these. Yeah, it is still Titanic Kids. I don't know, depending on how long it's been, you could change it to Titanic Grown Up. At a blistering 15 miles an hour going down the hill. I think the one I used the first time was actually the cheaper one, not the Spectrum, but they really didn't change anything at all, unlike the 460. Oh yeah, I guess you can take logs to the freight depot, huh? Maybe I'll do some of those. So I guess they are worth the same amount no matter where you take them. I see. Yeah, you could just make a TK. Oh, an IHC one. That's an interesting idea. I was talking to somebody recently who said they were... Actually, it might have been you who said you were going to do that. I don't remember. I think it was on Red Dead stream. But yeah, I'll have to look into that, because I had the IHC 080 a few years ago. It wasn't very detailed, but it ran great. That would be a lot easier to kit bash than the Bachmann one, because the frame is plastic, so I could cut it with a razor saw instead of having to use the Dremel. Oh, Oregonian, that's what I was talking to. Yeah, I'll see if I can, maybe the next train show, I'll see if I can pick up a cheap IHC consolidation and do something with it. I think the original boiler from my Prairie build is still floating around somewhere. Maybe I should try and use that on it. Oops, I went, oh, I'll just go on the loop. I was going to try and go to the left there. I haven't had to get out and set a switch this entire time because it automatically sets them when you go through them backwards. So I just go around the loop the opposite way each time. Oh, on Model Railroad HQ, do you know how much they want for it? I'll have to check that in a minute. I know they have some really nice stuff, but the prices are usually on the higher end. I buy a lot of stuff from trains.com, Trains with a Z, and Model Railroad Market. Did they do a Spectrum Mogul? Or are you thinking of the Alco one? I don't remember them doing a Spectrum Mogul. Unless I'm just forgetting it. Maybe. I don't know. If they made one, I'll have to get one because it sounds neat. Rotaries are cool, but yeah, I feel like they really only make sense if you're modeling an area that gets a lot of snow. Like if you're going to model New England or Colorado, then it would make sense. All right, unload, 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 and then I'll move it to the last two. Yes, I remember discovering that by accident with the three-way switches. It does make sense considering the prototype, but I generally avoid using them for that reason because I like having them automatically set. Oh, Prairie Trains, yes. I think it was you who was talking about the IHC one. I'll have to look into that because I know IHC stuff's pretty easy to kit bash, and I remember those 280s and 080s being absolutely bulletproof. Actually, anyone who's looking for a Tyco Chattanooga, get one of those instead because the shells are the same, and you can swap them. I'm pretty sure. Alrighty. Well, the log pond is now at 80 out of 100. New Hampshire to the Canadian border. That's a fun area to model. Alright, I think I'm going to call it a night for this. I'm going to go ahead and save it. We'll think of a name next time. I'll have to see if I can find the backup of my other save since I accidentally saved over it. But, yeah, I think that's a good day's work. I built a railroad to 2 industries and hauled 80 logs. That's not bad for... Dang, I've been doing this almost 4 hours. How the time flies when you're having fun. You can put a... Oh yeah, you can put a Northwest... You can put a Northwest Shortline motor in anything with enough determination. Alright, good night, getting Gilded Rail Entertainment. Thanks for hanging out. This was fun. We shall do this again sometime soon. Go ahead and make sure Betsy is full up on wood for next time. Oof. Yeah, I'm lucky I'm pretty sure I have a backup copy somewhere. It might be a version from a few weeks ago, but... Alright, good night, Prairie Trains. Thanks for hanging out. Good night, Train Boy. Bye, Titanic. All right, I'm ending stream. Good night, everybody. Have a wonderful week. Good night, Titanic Kid. Yes, I am still Michael Ramsey. I just changed the name of the channel to make it easier to find with what's on it and to match the name of my eBay store. But yeah, have a good one.